The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes and incomes from whatever sources derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. So there's nothing in the actual amendment about it being temporary. I'm familiar with that. It was income tax was initially intended to be temporary, but nothing in the Constitution. It is literally enshrined in the Constitution that we can do income tax. Nothing about it says it has to be temporary.
Okay, well they don't have to do it. And it was meant to be
I agree they don't. I agree they don't have to do it, but you said it was still unconstitutional. You said.
Well, yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's unconstitutional.
How are you of that opinion when I just read you the 16th Amendment, which literally says we can do it?
Like this, I've been watching the conversation. You're genuinely not like biologically capable of having conversations. Like you'll just reassert your view, right? So Nonfon will make a sort of, honestly, not a very complicated argument. It's very simple, right? Like if the cost of intermediate goods goes up, then it's going to be more expensive to do manufacturing in the US, and that's going to have a negative effect on manufacturing. And your response to this is just to reassert, but I like tariffs.
I said okay. I did answer it, by the way. I said okay. So yeah, it's
okay,
possible.
wait, sorry, we agree then. So this is a concession that tariffs don't actually help boost manufacturing?
Like, you know, your experience is not going to be representative of the entire country. You don't even seem to be able to, like, comprehend that and then understand why in that context.
Obviously, an individual's experience is not going to be representative of everybody in the country. This is why you think.
Then why do you think an individual? Why do you think an individual's experience? Why do you think an individual's experience is sufficient to write off the data about how well the entire country is doing?
Because the people that you are citing or the organizations that you cite have reliably lied to the American public.
What's the evidence for that?
They are not true. They're just not, dude.
What's the evidence?
Go out into the real world.
What's the evidence? Do you see what you just did? You just repeated the claim that these people are all bullshit liars, and then guess what? I said, "What's the evidence?"
Yeah, both those claims can be true,
guess what you said? Guess what you said was the evidence? Guess what you said was the evidence? You said the real world again. You just went in a loop. You conceded that your point of evidence is bullshit, and then cited the same point of evidence again within 5 seconds. Liking and subscribing helps me continue to produce content, and it's greatly appreciated. You can also make sure to catch these debates live, either here on YouTube or in the description. There are links to my Twitch, my Kick, and my Twitter. I mean, the two things that are weird to me that I saw you say on Twitter. For one, it seems like you think there's some contradiction between saying that or like arguing for advocating like companies get a refund for tariffs, or just saying descriptively like companies are likely going to get a refund for the tariffs they paid, and the fact that consumers also bear the incidence of tariffs. And you seem to also think there's a contradiction between being against tariffs but being for foreign aid. And I don't see how either of those things are contradictory.
No, they 100% are. If we just examine the way that the Democratic Party has talked about President Trump's tariff policies, it's wildly inconsistent. We were told by the Democratic Party that these were like an unfair tax, and that guys like me are paying for them, and that we're suckers, and you know, we're getting, you know, hoodwinked. And now all of a sudden, after the Supreme Court decision, now all of a sudden it's these mega corporations, these super rich oligarchs. They're the ones that are allegedly entitled to these so-called refunds. So the talking points have certainly shifted. I feel that the Democratic Party was not very consistent in their messaging. So that is kind of contradictory. It's certainly confusing. At worst, it's shape shifting. They're definitely, you know, shopping around with what narrative works best to combat President Trump's policy and his embarrassing defeat in the Supreme Court. And in regards to the USAID thing, it's like, I don't know, if maybe not wildly contradictory, but it just doesn't make sense that you would lambast the president of the United States for going down this path of the harsh tariff policies, which is what the American people voted for, but somehow that doesn't contradict the government by force taking money out of the American taxpayer and giving it to, I don't know, Muslims or Africans or whatever via USAID. That does seem a little bit wonky, don't you think? I mean, have you thought about this?
No, I don't think there's anything contradictory between those two things. So on the first point,
Okay.
I think you're just conflating between the statutory incidence of attacks and the economic incidence of attacks. So the example I gave it to you on Twitter, and I think hopefully it gets you to recognize the difference there, is a employer side payroll tax. So the amount that it like in this country, the employer side payroll tax, the amount employers contribute to Social Security and Medicaid. That is the company using their bank account to send money to the Treasury, right? So that is a ultimately that is a the statutory incidence is on the companies in that case. If those taxes were ruled to be illegal, the companies would likely get paid that back, because when it comes to legality, typically we're dealing with the statutory incidence. But the economic incidence is on the workers in that case, because companies just care about the total cost of hiring someone. And there seems to be good evidence and good theory for believing that the employer side payroll taxes, the economic incidences on the workers, that money would otherwise be going to workers' wages. Do you see the distinction there?
Yeah, maybe. I didn't really dive too much into the minutia on that aspect of the tariffs. I just generally support high tariffs. I think it is insane to oppose them by any means. Again, this is what the people voted for. This is what the people asked for. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to subvert that, especially when other presidents have utilized the IEEPA the exact same way that President Trump did. It's obvious that the courts have been subverted in some meaningful way, and they are subverting the will of the people. They are subverting President Trump's agenda.
So just on the just before we get to all that stuff, do you recognize that? I just want you to recognize there's no contradiction between saying that companies are likely to get a refund, or that you think companies should get a refund, and believing that some of the cost of the tariff is, or some of the incidence of the tariff at least, is borne by consumers as opposed to companies.
See, here's a problem. Like, if the consumer is bearing some portion of the, hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I gotta do something really quick. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Ask that question one more time. I apologize.
So I just want first, do you recognize that there's there's no contradiction between either advocating for companies to get a refund, or just descriptively saying that companies are likely to get a refund, and the position that at least some of the cost of the tariff is borne by consumers, because there's a difference between the statutory incidence and the economic incidence?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I mean, so just in the employer side payroll tax example, do you recognize the distinction between the statutory incidence and the economic incidence there?
Sure. Why not?
What do you mean, why not? I'm asking, do you understand, like, the distinction I drew between those things?
Oh man. Yeah, I should have thought a little bit harder about that. I was hoping, like, first I want to understand really quick. Give me 1 second. Should I start my camera up? I apologize.
If you want to, yeah. You don't have to or anything, but yeah.
Okay, here we go. I don't know if it I know it's a little bit better for
Yeah.
for YouTube and whatnot. Okay, so you're not just talking to like a robot or anything like that. Okay. I'd have to think about it, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd have to think about it. I'm
just, you'd have to
my
think
support
about
of the tariff
to understand what I was talking about there.
I just don't know if I generally agree with the framing of that. If you know what I mean, like.
I don't. I don't know what it would mean to disagree with the framing of the statutory versus economic incidence of a tax.
I think it's irrelevant, to be honest.
Well, it's not irrelevant if you made a claim about it. You might say it's relevant to your overall support of tariffs, but it's not irrelevant to if you're making a claim about there being some contradiction between saying that companies either will or should get a refund and that consumers also pay the tariffs.
Well, I think we're going to be paying for it now. It's very likely or I don't know about likely, but it's very possible that these oligarchs, the billionaires and millionaires, end up receiving some form of refund, and the taxpayers are going to be paying for that 100%. But tariffs in generally can be easily avoided if you don't want to be on the hook as a consumer for said tariffs. You don't have to consume cheap Chinese junk. It's really that simple.
Okay, before
I don't know what all the hubbub is about that.
we can get to that, but you made a claim, or at least heavily implied, that there's some actual like contradiction between I think you were replying to Pisco at first, between Pisco saying something about tariff refunds being given to corporations and the democratic narrative or whatever that consumers pay the tariff. But you recognize, at least for whatever issues you have with the framing, that I'll just say most economists make a distinction between the statutory incidents of like whose money's leaving the bank account and then the economic incidents as to like who actually ends up bearing the ultimate cost. That is a commonly made distinction.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think that's totally fair.
Okay. So then I should have written down some of the other things you said. But for one, I don't think any other president has used IEEPA in the way Trump is using it, right? He used it to declare a 10% baseline like tariff, right? That is something that presidents have never done under the authority of IEEPA, and Trump's own justices rejected his arguments for that being constitutional. So I think it's very hard to make the case that the court has been like corrupted in some way when a lot of those justices were picked by Trump.
Yeah, he initially had the story correct as to why he was doing this. And that story did change, and he absolutely undermined his own credibility in front of the courts. He undermined his own argument for instituting these tariffs. I don't know why he did it. He obviously made a grave mistake because he was embarrassed beyond belief.
First, can we acknowledge that this is not something that presidents have done with IEEPA? They've never done a universal tariff of this scale. I'm not even sure that any president has done any tariffs with IEEPA. They've done tariffs with other authorities, but not, to my knowledge, not with IEEPA.
Generally speaking, tariffs have been used in the past to fund the government entirely. Again, that was like, first of all, that was when government spending was like 2% of GDP, and when income tax was not even constitutional. So, and regardless of what historically funded the U.S. government in a very different time where we didn't need that much. It's still not constitutional. It's certainly not enshrined in the U.S. government constitution. Taxation of that sort is bad.
Isn't the 16th Amendment literally income tax, bro? What am I making that up?
Yes.
So then it probably is constitutional.
No, it's not constitutional.
Why is it not constitutional?
Well, they didn't have our consent for one. And it was supposed to be temporary.
What do you mean they didn't have your consent?
Wait, hold up. It was supposed to be temporary for the sake of World War I. Is that correct?
I'm familiar. Yeah, it was
supposed to be temporary. And we're about, over 100 years from that moment in time, and they are still overly taxing us to fund useless things like USAID, which is
the amendment does not say it has to be temporary, right?
Let's look at, I don't know by memory. I'd be more than happy to go through it. If you'd like, but no, generally I am against.
The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes and income from whatever sources derived without apportionment among the several states and without regard to any census or enumeration. So there's nothing in the actual amendment about it being temporary. I'm familiar with that. It was income tax was initially intended to be temporary, but nothing in the Constitution. It is literally enshrined in the Constitution that we can do income tax. Nothing about it says it has to be temporary.
Okay, well they don't have to do it. And it was meant to be
temporary. I agree they don't have to do it, but you said it was still unconstitutional. You said.
Well, yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's unconstitutional.
How are you of that opinion when I just read you the 16th Amendment, which literally says we can do it?
I don't believe that that's in regards to taking money out of the wallets of regular working class Americans.
You don't think the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes and income from whatever source derived means that Congress can make income taxes?
I'm pulling it up because I don't believe you're interpreting it correctly.
I'm reading the text to you. I'm on
I know, but I need to see it.
Constitution.congress.gov right now.
Give me one moment, sir. Mm, 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 mm.
Is Grok thinking for you? Or am I waiting for
No, I
Grok
don't use
Pro to-
Grok. I do pay for it, but I don't like to use it because it'll probably spew out some Nazi shit that I don't really want to see.
Wow.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Income tax now constitutes over 50% of the national government's total revenue? Yeah, dude, this is theft, bro.
That was a different claim than what you made. I think that, I think that's very, that gets into a much deeper conversation about entitlement philosophy that we can get into later. But I just want, I forget how we even went down this train. So I just want, one, an acknowledgement that no president has used IEEPA in this way to do this scale of tariffs. In fact, to my knowledge, IEEPA has not been used to invoke tariffs at all before. It's only been other sections of law that presidents have used to invoke some tariffs, and that preferably you would grant now that income tax is constitutional, but maybe you're just never going to grant that.
No, I disagree with it. I disagree with this 100%. Yeah, especially since I want to read what the thoughts were of the individuals.
I know it was meant to be temporary. I know it was meant to be temporary. The intention is not like relevant to whether or not the text itself forbids it being permanent.
Yeah, no, this is insane. Yeah, I need to look into this a little bit more. Yeah, because sustainable source of federal revenue. Yeah, nothing about the federal government is sustainable at this point. My goodness. Yeah, like it funds useless things like USAID, and the ATF.
Wow.
Which is something that you wanted to discuss as well. But I don't know.
We'll get to the foreign aid thing, but I just want, okay, do we at least agree if you're not going to concede on this, on income tax being constitutional? Apparently that's just not something that you're willing to do.
Yeah, I don't agree with the.
Do you agree that?
I don't agree with the framing.
What do you mean the framing?
It was supposed to be, well, look, it's kind of like the birthright citizenship argument. The way that it has been bastardized by the Supreme Court and the judiciary, it's abundantly clear that it wasn't designed to allow for an illegal alien to come into the United States and squirt out a baby and then it become a citizen automatically. That wasn't the intent of the framers. This income tax shit, it's pretty much the same thing. I wasn't super prepared to discuss that, to be honest with you, but yeah, okay. I just, again, I'm gonna assume really quick, you're like a Democrat, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm like a center left Democrat, but
a center left Democrat. And I see on your page it says you're pro globalism. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
wait, I just want wait, do we acknowledge that no president has used IEEPA this broadly before? I don't even believe. I can look it up. I don't even believe any president has used IEEPA to evoke any tariffs before. I think there have been other uses of IEEPA, but never for tariffs. I mean, this is I'm just reading. This is Council on Foreign Relations.org, that no president has ever used IEEPA to impose tariffs.
Where did you read that from, really quick?
I just looked up. Has any president used IEEPA to do this before? And this is just a Council on Foreign Relations article that says they have, and I can send you the link. This is Congress.gov. Although IEEPA has never previously been used to impose tariffs, in 1971, former President Richard M. Nixon used the similarly worded Trading with the Enemies Act, upon which IEEPA was based on, to impose a 10% tariff on all imports to the United States in response to a monetary crisis. So Nixon did something kind of analogous to it, but no president has even used IEEPA to use any tariffs before.
I don't know. I'll concede that point. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Oh,
Great.
wait. Hold up. Yes, President Joe Biden used the International Emergencies Economic Powers Act.
For tariffs?
Executive Order 14046 imposed sanctions on certain persons related to the humanitarian
That's
human
not
rights
tariffs.
crisis
You
in
recognize
Ethiopia.
that's sanctions.
Okay, let me see. Address U.S. investments in certain national security technologies, declaring national emergency.
I'm not hearing the word tariff.
Let me see. How about what about terror? Let's see. Okay, apparently not, but he still used it. I don't see what the difference would be.
You said the court had been like corrupted, or I forget the word you used. It wasn't corrupted, because subverted because other presidents have used IEEPA in the same way and they didn't get ruled against. But that's just not true. No president has used IEEPA to impose any tariff, let alone a 10% tariff on everything.
Yeah, well, it seems like I mentioned earlier. I don't believe that President Trump ended up using this IEEPA rule.
What do you mean? It just got struck down. He did.
Yeah, I know it did. Yeah, no, I agree why it was struck down. He obviously was using this. He was obviously using this legislation, or he was using this regulation, I mean, incorrectly, somewhat recently. And he did abandon the initial intent as to why he was utilizing these emergency tariffs the way that he did. I was in full support of it the way that he did. And I was still in full support of it now. Obviously, the legal philosophy was just not in his favor because of the way he went about things, largely due to the advice given to him by people like Howard Lutnick, which was a grave mistake.
Yep. Okay. I just want. Can we disagree? Okay. Probably a little extreme to say the court has been subverted because of the decision they made about Trump's tariffs, and then also we agree they were implemented, right? He did use IEEPA to impose tariffs that people actually paid.
Well, somebody paid for it. Depending on what
firms. Liberal
commentator you ask, it was the billionaire oligarchs, or it was guys like me. You know what I mean? Like the narrative is not consistent. Can you concede that the narrative was not consistent regarding the tariffs or the tariff policies? Because it certainly wasn't.
No. I don't think there's any narrative about corporations paying the tariffs. Really, there's no narrative about that. There's people talking about corporations getting a refund for tariffs, but
there is now, yeah.
But I also don't think that's. I don't think that's. The commentators I've seen have not suggested that the economic incidence was all on the firms or anything. They're talking about the statutory incidents. I think liberal creators or whatever, where most of them were pretty clear that oftentimes it is the businesses passing through the cost to consumers rather than the consumer themselves directly sending money to the treasury. There were many liberal commentators who said that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're not sending money to the treasury to buy cheap Chinese junk. That's certainly true. But the point still stands that.
Well, I'm saying, but many liberal commentators said as much, right? They might not have gone into detail in every single interview, but so many liberals were saying, when companies' cost goes up because of tariffs, they are going to pass that cost through to the consumer, not that the consumer themselves is necessarily directly paying. Although it is possible to directly pay a tariff if you import something. So.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, so I'm familiar with that. But
okay.
I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
That's not how. Okay.
I don't. Yeah, I look at what they say, what Democrat or liberal commentators say, and what they do, and I see the narratives changing in real time. I mean, it's a very common tactic with with, I don't know how long you've been doing or talking about politics or interested in it. You seem very young. I'm not making a slight at your age, but the Democratic Party, and I used to work for the Democratic Party, by the way. I worked for the DNC, and I worked for the former state majority leader here in Nevada. And I know politics a little better than most people. And I understand how sneaky they can be in regards to regime-approved narratives, if you will.
Okay.
For example, here's a really simple one, like the Nathan Phillips incident with the Covington Catholic boys. You know, it went from. I'm just stating, you know, why I think the way I do. Okay, fair enough. Like I said, we agree to disagree on this point.
I don't think that's how you can't like just be proven like totally and utterly wrong and not respond and just say agree to disagree. That's wild. That's crazy.
You don't want to see it though. That's the problem. Like you don't want to see the inconsistencies in what. Because
I don't think there's no I gave you an example of how they're not inconsistent. I gave you multiple reasons why I don't think it's inconsistent. I said that you're conflating the legal and statutory incidents versus the economic incidents, and that the messaging from many Democrats and Democratic commentators was not consumers directly pay the tariffs, but that companies pass through the cost that they pay onto consumers.
Yeah, that's a lie by omission or a lie by structure, man. They definitely insisted that we were paying directly for the tariffs. I mean, that was the whole that's like the core of the argument against the tariffs, is that we are being unjustly taxed. We are paying for the tariffs directly, and that is just not true. That wasn't true. And now that the Supreme Court decision made the decision that it made,
I don't think the messaging was about the statutory incidents being on the consumers. Although, again, technically, like that is possible. Like you can directly import something and have to pay a tariff. That is possible, but most people don't do that. Usually, the firms are importing. But like, you don't think Kamala Harris like talked about like, if I look up like Kamala Harris tariff pass through, that I'm gonna find like quotes of her like saying businesses are gonna pass through the cost to consumers?
Yeah. What about that?
That would be correct messaging. That it's not insisting that we directly pay it. That it's talking about pass through.
Well, I don't really pay attention to Kamala Harris since she's kind of an irrelevant political figure now. So she may or may not have said that. I don't know.
Right. I'm trying to find a direct quote from her. But this is like obvious that much of the messaging on that was with regards to pass through as opposed to statutory incidents.
Yeah.
But okay, so with regards to the many other things you mentioned, well, okay. First, I want to ask, like, do you think that like regardless of your concerns about the incidents between U.S. firms and consumers and the framing of that, do you think that largely the burden has been it has raised prices for some mix of businesses and consumers?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, obviously, prices went up somewhere for someone.
What do you mean by possible? Like, I'm asking you, do you think it happened? If I need you to like,
do I believe what happened? Be specific.
That tariffs have raised prices for some mix of consumers and firms.
Depends on what the product is.
So
sure.
it is heterogeneous across sectors. There are differences across sectors. That much is true. Do you think, in general, that most of the incidents has been on U.S. firms and consumers as opposed to foreign countries?
It probably fell mostly on foreign countries, since a lot of the the consumers are here in the United States or in the West in general.
So what's your evidence for it falling mostly on foreign countries?
The fact that foreign countries lobby against the tariffs reliably, and it's very likely they subverted and weighed in on the Supreme Court. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. I have a suspicion that is likely the case.
Okay, so number one, do we recognize, even if the tariff is fully passed through to consumers, that what do you think generally happens to the quantity demanded of something when the price goes up? how do people buy more or less or something when the price goes up?
Well, it depends what it is. If something is in demand,
Generally,
the price will go up regardless. In general, it depends, bro. That's a depends thing, dude.
That's a depends thing, really.
Yeah.
What do you think happens to? Do you think people buy more or less bananas when the price of bananas goes up? Generally speaking,
I'm not sure. You tell
really,
me,
bro.
You tell me. Yeah, no, I mean, look, dude.
Generally,
this
the
all
quantity,
depends.
the quantity demanded of something falls as price goes up. Now, you're correct in stating it depends somewhat what it is, because there are goods that are what's called, inelastic goods, right? If the price of insulin goes up, people are still going to buy insulin because they need insulin, right? Gas as well, people are still going to buy gas. Obviously, we have measures for how elastic, what the price elasticity demand of products are. Gas is more elastic than insulin, which is less elastic than bananas. And consumer goods are probably relatively elastic, many of them, considering they have a lot of substitutes and they're not necessities. So generally, when the price goes up something, the quantity demanded falls. That's a general thing that happens. And even so, if the cost is fully passed through to consumers, right? Let's assume that happens, regardless of it is hypothetical, regardless of whether or not you do think that happened. Countries that export stuff are still going to be hurt because of the reduced quantity, even if they don't lower their prices at all.
Okay, that's fine. I'm totally fine with all of that.
So do you recognize, to the extent that companies didn't want tariffs on them, that it's not particularly good evidence that the cost wasn't borne by U.S. consumers, because they are, of course, going to be hurt by the tariffs, but if it's not affected through the price channel, it's probably mostly affected through the quantity channel. And the quantity being reduced still hurts them. Quantity demanded being reduced.
Perhaps.
Is
Is
that like a 50% perhaps, or is that like a 90% perhaps, or 10% perhaps? Like, what's your credence in that being true?
I just generally want higher tariffs to bring back.
Okay, that's not at all an answer
to bring back
to
jobs.
my question.
And I don't really care how it comes about or what the consequences of those are. Obviously, the tariffs are very disruptive, and obviously, as you mentioned earlier, somebody is bearing the costs. But for at least on the consumer level, it's voluntary, and whether or not something goes up or down, it depends.
Just real quick, so I want to focus we can talk about that stuff. I want to talk about that stuff, but I just want to be like, what credence level do you put? And based on, I have evidence that there are a few different studies by now with regards to this particular round of tariffs we've seen, but we also have a lot of historical evidence with regards to the effects of tariffs from the 2018-2019 trade war, and evidence from other countries. So I'll just cite like one piece of evidence from a study by Alberto Cavallo. He's a price economist, very well known in this area. He has a few different studies on tariff incidents, and he also just generally is known for his work on on price stuff. Like he made a inflation metric to track inflation in Argentina, when we suspected they were lying about their inflation statistics, right? So this is areas of specialty, right? So he has a paper along with a few other economists, and I'll just cite one point of data in it because I think it's interesting. They have data from Indian exporters, from ships in India before they even leave to go to the U.S. or wherever they're going. So that's a good measure of pre-tariff prices, right? The export price. So we can measure how much Indian ships with goods going to the U.S., whether or not the unit prices for goods that they have differ from those of the unit prices of goods going to other destinations that don't impose any tariffs on it. And you do not see any significant change there, which is evidence that exporters were not lowering their prices because the U.S. imposed tariffs on them. That is just one piece of evidence, and we have a whole lot. Do you think that evidence is at all should make you think that the incidence is mostly on the U.S., or?
No, not really. I don't put a lot of stock in what these egghead economists think. They've been reliably incorrect about pretty much everything. A lot of these, I don't put stock in any of the experts. Most of them are just full of shit,
So,
and they
to be clear,
lie and they trick and they steal.
I did.
And the economy, dude, the economists were lying reliably about the economy, the U.S. economy, during Joe Biden's presidency. Like, there's just nothing that they can say that would convince me.
So I didn't. I cited to you not just the economist who said it or whatever, but a very specific piece of evidence, right? It'd be different if I said, by the way, I cited the wrong paper. Sorry. The paper I'm citing is from the German economist. The Alberto Cavallo paper he uses similar methods to estimate the incidence on U.S. consumers, but this is referring to the incidence on just U.S. in general, and it's by some fucking German economist.
Okay.
But like, I'm not just citing to you the study that says importers in the U.S. bear 96% of the burden, right? Now, I think, that is good evidence, or like at least decent evidence that economists who are knowledgeable and specialize in the field, like, wrote a paper, they used evidence to find that. But I'm citing you very specifically a piece of evidence in that paper that finds a very specific thing, regardless of what you think about economists, which I'm interested in talking about as well. You don't think that is evidence at all of tariffs being borne by consumers? Or importers more generally, not necessarily consumers.
It's possible.
Possible. What do you mean by possible? Put like a level on it. Put like I am like 50% confident this happens, or like 10% confident it happens.
I don't know, man. Maybe 50-50 is probably fair. I'd have to think a little bit more about it. But I mean, for me personally, tariffs don't impact me because I don't really go about buying the cheap Chinese.
Okay. True. Okay.
And a lot of people feel that way too. The consumer is becoming a lot smarter.
True.
And I think also people are begging for a lot of these items to be made here in the U.S., where there's proper oversight and there's proper manufacturing of these things.
All right. So let's talk about real quick just the economists were terribly wrong point, and then we'll get to the manufacturing point or whatever, and it doesn't affect you point. What were the economists like all super wrong about with regards to Trump or Biden and their economy?
Oh, they lied about the nature of pricing, for example. They lied about inflation. They lied about the economy being in a recession. They changed the definition of recession.
That's totally false. Totally false. The NBR never changed the definition. Sure? Yes, I'm 100% sure. You can find the definition of recession that does not include the 2 quarters of negative GDP growth from NBR papers all the way. Yeah, type it in the grok, buddy. From NBR papers all the way back in like 2000 and 2008 and 2002. They never used the definition of recession that you're implying they used with regards to 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. That is, some economists have used that definition before, but it's never been the official position of the NBER that alone is what constitutes a recession. We also had very low unemployment during that period. We had like 3% unemployment. And guess fucking what?
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
You don't think we had roughly 3% unemployment during that time period? We had like...
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. The everything about his presidency was a lie. Dude, you don't need to be a fucking dork at a university or in a lab coat to realize that everything during that presidency.
Wait, so
and
to be clear, you agree we had 3.6% unemployment roughly during that time?
No, I don't agree. I think that unemployment was significantly higher.
That's the report. That was the reported number. You just disagree that reported number is accurate.
Yeah, dude. And if you look at all the employment numbers during Joe Biden's presidency, they all had to be revised.
This is after the revisions. But secondly, if you want to talk about the revisions,
I was about to say, dude,
true.
You can go out into the real world.
Real quick, if you want to talk about the revisions, guess fucking what? When they revised GDP was not even negative for quarter 2 of 2022. So even if you use the definition of recession that you're saying they changed, which again is a total lie, that you probably saw from some Twitter dipshit, we didn't even have a recession. So,
Yeah, we didn't have a recession. We just saw the total annihilation of working class Americans. We saw the total annihilation of small businesses shuttering. Like during Joe Biden's presidency, you can drive around anywhere in the valley.
Goalpost shift.
No. You can go anywhere and you can see strip malls completely empty, which were once full of small businesses.
That's not what a recession is defined as. A recession is not defined as a strip mall being empty. It's defined as like I think that I don't know the exact phrasing to use, but like a widespread decline in income, like across sectors, and like real economic activity and incomes across sectors. We just like did not really see that in 2022.
Yes, the wages were stagnant and economic productivity was incredibly low. Yeah,
in
man.
2020, you're just making shit up. What do you think productivity? The issue is, I'm going to cite numbers at you, and you're going to say the numbers are fake again. But like, you can look at the productivity growth in 2022.
They made them up, dude. They completely made it up.
No.
Joe Biden is one of the most lied about political figures in human history.
True.
Wait, who made what up? Is.
Wait, hold on. First of all, before we get into that, actually, before we get into that, can we just agree that like there's nothing I could show you with regards to numbers that would change your position on the state of the economy in 2022 because you're just gonna say that.
This is how you know the economy was dog shit. Here's how you know the economy was dog shit in 2022.
Wait, why
President Trump was a convicted felon and he won the election.
There's no number I could cite you from the BLS or from the BEA from any of these agencies that you would trust. Just to be clear, there's no point in me trying to cite those.
I don't trust governments. I don't trust federal governments, and I don't trust
what about
Joe Biden's
we have estimates of like private sector employment? Could I cite you estimates of unemployment from the private sector? Would you trust like
they totally fudged it. They totally fudged it when the
who is they
the state governors decided to reopen their states again, reopen the workforce. They use those numbers to pump up Joe Biden's bullshit economy.
I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. What I asked you is that
you're going to cite me something that shows Joe Biden's presidency or his employment figures in a positive light, and on paper, based on some egghead analysis study.
True.
It's going to look good, but everyone knows that it wasn't, dude. Look at any public polling done on the economy. Nobody believes it.
True.
People who work in the real world, like I do, know that it is not true. Like you just believe things.
That's true. So what I'm asking you is, so you don't trust any of the government statistics? Okay, great, wonderful. There are private sector companies.
Do you trust President Trump's government? Do you trust his federal government?
I don't trust the federal government. I still think the BLS statistics and the statistics that independent agencies put out are accurate. I think Trump would like them not to be accurate. That's why he fired the BLS commissioner. But they are still accurate. And I'm not just I don't think you have to have like blind trust or anything. I think you should have a presumption of trust for agencies like those. But like I know roughly the methodology the BLS and BEA use to get like GDP numbers and unemployment numbers and such. I don't even think you know those. So
no, I don't know the figures off the top of my head. I don't put a lot of stock.
I'm saying you don't even know their methodology. So like if I like asked you like how do they get the unemployment number, like do you know what they use to get that? Or
no, not at the top of my head. No.
Yeah, exactly. Like they use survey data. But you have this like major presumption against the data. Like you just don't trust any of it, even though you don't know that they're using the same methodology they've always used. They're using the same methodology even for revisions that they've always used, and that they're collecting the data from surveys.
Yeah, but obviously it's bullshit, dude. Like, dude, it obviously doesn't work because they have to reliably revise it. They have to reliably revise it. So that's how you know it's bullshit.
What do you mean? The revisions
so
make
there
it
weren't
more.
Revisions to employment figures under Joe Biden?
I'm aware.
Okay. So why would I believe it if they keep getting it wrong?
Because why do they do? Do you think why do they do revisions? Do you even know?
Probably because they got caught lying.
No, totally inaccurate. The revisions are all released on a regular schedule. They've been doing it since 1973. So the way it works is the BLS collects survey data from establishments in the current establishment survey. Now, this is just a general trade-off that exists in this case. Is there's a trade-off between accuracy and timeliness. So they put out employment statistics for how many jobs were created last month, like midway through like the next month or whatever. It's like I think it's like the second fucking Friday of the month or something.
Okay.
So the reason they put out the first number based on the surveys that they get back from businesses. Then for the next 2 months, they make revisions to that number because they get more responses. Not every business responds in time. There are a lot of different reasons businesses don't respond in time for the initial calculation. And as they get more data, they improve the number based on the survey data they get. Those are the first 2 revisions that they make. Then, those are made 2 months after. The big headlines that you guys hear about and freak out about is what's called the benchmark revisions. There's 2 of those. There's the preliminary benchmark revision, which is the one everyone freaked the fuck out about. The preliminary benchmark revision is made, I think, like roughly a year after the initial month, right? So like if we get job data for this month, February in 2026, I don't think we're going to get the benchmark revision until like next year in 2027. I don't even think February. I think it's I forget the date they released it. I think like October or whatever they released revisions. That is using tax data. They don't have all the tax returns by then, but they can't use that data initially because it's not available. And then later on, they make the final benchmark revision once they get more tax returns to make a final estimate to employment. So do you understand now? Can you just tell me that you understand that there is a trade-off between timeliness and accuracy in the ways I just described?
Yeah, even then, they're still lying.
How's that like?
I understand that there's a timing issue. I get it, dude. But I come from a place.
What do you mean by
skepticism.
timing issue? They're striking the way they strike a balance between accuracy and timeliness, because it is by releasing the initial data once they get it, and then making revisions to it later on when better and more data comes in. There's nothing that's lying about that. And just to be clear, they're very transparent. They're very transparent about this methodology. They're very transparent about the methodology. You can go to their website and read all about the methodology.
Think so, but I'm not convinced that they're transparent or as transparent.
How are you not? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
Do you agree? Do you agree that you can go to the BLS website and look at the dictionary terms and like look at the methodology and like you can do the fucking calculations yourself, brother? They give you the formulas that they use.
I'm of the opinion that they're making up those numbers. It's pretty obvious that they're making them up.
Based on it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's self-evident. At least during Joe Biden's presidency, it was self-evident that they were making it up. They were lying about the economy.
What were they making? What was the BLS making up under Joe Biden?
His record high employment figures, for one. Like, they were totally making it up, man.
Just based on what's that based on? Just it being self-evident, or the revision stuff I just debunked?
Well, that and just like going out and touching grass and living in the real world and seeing the economy in complete and total shambles. Again, like, I don't know if you work, but I do. I'm an electrician.
Do you think that there might be stuff happening in other parts of the country that like you don't see?
Like what? Yeah, no, certainly, but
so like, why would you?
But
how are you?
Well, my state is kind of like it's kind of like the canary in the coal mine. It's a very interesting.
Yeah, I bet.
Place.
Okay, I didn't consider that one.
And it's just it basically tells you can foretell what's going to happen in the future. Based on the economic activity out here, and what I saw was a complete erosion of small businesses, and during Joe Biden's presidency, and we were told that wasn't a problem, and that we're seeing all this insane improvement in the economy, and none of it was real, none of it was true. There was hiring freezes. There was
during the hiring rate was like pretty fucking high during 2022. There was a labor shortage during 2022. Like,
my brother in Christ, that is not true. Allowing people to go back to work is not hiring new people. And not only that, the president also imported over 20 million people.
That's not true either.
That degraded, it degraded wages. It devalued the wages of working class and productive class Americans. That's what immigration does. And everything we know about immigration was proven to be untrue the minute President Trump became president in 2025.
Yep. Wait, based on what? What do we know about immigration that turned out to be untrue based on 2025?
That you needed to pass some goofy law to secure the border.
Yeah, that's what okay, nice one. True. Okay, so number one, I don't think you have there's no good evidence that like on net immigration is going to decrease wages, especially over the medium to long run. You don't actually have any good evidence of that, and any evidence I cite you're just going to dismiss as fake. I don't think there's anything I could show you that would change your mind in that respect. And even when I explained to you, I just explained to you exactly how the BLS, how and why the BLS revises its numbers, and how they're very transparent about it. How that should update you towards them being like more trustworthy, and the difficult decisions they have to make between timeliness and accuracy in that sense. But you just don't care about that at all because you just think it's self-evidently true based on your own personal anecdotal experience that it clearly all these things must be made up. But there's no good evidence immigrants like on net decrease wages.
They devalue wages. They 100% do. They 100%
based on what?
Dude, ask any construction worker, man. Ask any tradesperson.
What is
ask
the word
any
net?
handyman.
What is the word? First of all, what does the word net to you mean? When I say net, what do you think that means? Net wages.
Net wages?
Like wages on net, or like average. If I say average wages, how about that?
What do you mean? You need to be specific.
I mean, you said ask a construction worker. A construction worker is one sector of the economy. It's one person in the economy. Yeah. Maybe. Like there's some evidence.
No,
that,
not
like,
maybe. Not maybe. They want, like, dude, just think of it like this. A construction company can hire an illegal alien. No,
I just want to explain to you when I say like average wages or like they decrease wages on or don't decrease wages on net. What I'm saying is maybe they decrease the wages of construction workers and workers of similar skill sets to them. There's some evidence of that.
I said devalue. I said devalue wages.
I don't know what the difference is, but let's say devalue or whatever, right? But like construction is a good example actually, because do you think businesses construct more or less stuff when, generally speaking, when the cost of construction goes down?
Well, it stands to reason that it would happen, but at the cost of regular working class productive citizens is not a long-term
But what do you think those businesses do when they can construct stuff like more cheaply? Like they're probably selling more shit, they're supplying more, they're producing more shit, right? Supply is shifting rightward. That's probably going to increase the wages.
It depends what it is, man.
That's probably going to decrease the wages of. Okay.
It honestly
do you think
depends
generally?
On the building. If you have a company,
do you understand how that could conceivably increase the wages of other people, even if it decreases the wages of construction workers?
Well, no. First off, for example, housing. If you have a company, let's say KB Homes, and they end up building 500 homes, they can probably sell. Well, first off, we know they're going to mark up the price of those homes by a lot, regardless of how cheap those homes were to make, using illegal labor. So they're already screwing people over, regardless. I don't care about their bottom line. What I care more about is ensuring that American workers, American families don't suffer, and that there's not a detriment to them because of illegal immigration.
Can you conceive of, maybe you don't think it happens or anything, can you conceive of the reason why like lower construction cost might have a positive effect on other people's wages, even if it has a negative effect on construction workers' wages?
Okay, so we screw over one group over another. I mean, is that a tenable solution to the problem of working class people being screwed out of their fair wage? Number
one, where my claim was that I don't think there's good evidence that immigration like reduces average or wages on net, right? So it's if you can conceive of screwing over one person to make another better off or whatever. I think that's I disagree with the framing there, obviously, but that would could conceivably, if we make
the American public disagrees with you.
True. Okay, great. But I'm just saying, if we screw over one person or one sector minorly, but it helps everyone else a lot, in that case, you would not expect net wages to decrease, and that would support my claim. More people are made better off than the subset of people who are made worse off. Now, it's not actually clear to me immigrants have that big of an effect on the wages of even people in relatively similar skill to them, especially over the longer run. But regardless of that,
really believe that? You really believe that?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I have evidence, and you're just not going to care for my evidence.
I don't know what you just mumbled. But
I have evidence, and you're just not going to care for any of my evidence, so it's not even.
Well, no, actually, I kind of want to hear it. I would like to dispute whatever it is that you say. But dude, like, just simple economics. Here, I'm gonna spell it out so anybody listening can understand.
Wow.
When flat screen TV, just listen, hear me out, because this is gonna be so simple to understand. When flat screens came out, flat screen TVs, they were very, very expensive. Like for a 42-inch TV was, I don't know, $600, $700, $800 maybe. And now you can get like an 82-inch for like the same price. But what happened over time, the first flat screen TVs, they started competing with more companies. The newer TVs ended up offering more features. As a result, the price of flat screen TVs have dropped dramatically. Even during the height of inflation, these TVs went down in price because they're in abundance. Labor is the exact same way. What do you do when you go to work? You're selling yourself. You're selling your labor for money. Now, when you are competing as a contractor or a construction worker or a tradesperson, whatever you want to call it, when you're competing with literally tens of thousands, perhaps even millions of people in your field, in your expertise, that is going to devalue your wages. You are not going to be worth as much. That's
The
simple,
problem is
basic economics. 100%.
True. You're making a partial equilibrium model, and then you're assuming general equilibrium effects from it, and you're not accounting for the spillovers between sectors. So to break that down so everyone here can understand it, okay, is you're saying, with something that I can somewhat agree with at least, that like, you know, let's say there was a huge surge in construction worker immigrants that came over, the labor or construction workers, or the, you know, their wages might either fall or not grow as fast based on the abundant labor supply. But that has effects in other sectors. When construction gets cheaper, there's typically going to be more construction. When companies are able to construct stuff for cheaper, they have more money to spend on other things like hiring more people, right, or paying their workers more. It's, you know, the same thing for any type of, you know, consumer good that, like, you know, if immigrants come over and produce some type of consumer good, and people spend less money on the good because the cost of the people making it fell, then consumers have more money to spend on other sectors. So the net effect on employment in that case is not necessarily negative because there's not a lump of labor, okay, one might say. The available pool of jobs can grow, even though you know, more generally, immigrants like shift demand out as well as pushing supply to the right. And there's like potential, especially for high school immigrants, like more general like productivity effects coming from any like innovation they do or stuff like that. So
yeah, even if that was true, that there's a spillover effect, as you put it, even if there was, I don't think it's worth sacrificing even one American for this so-called spillover effect that you speak of. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
The spillover is benefiting other Americans. I don't think it's worth sacrificing Americans just to keep this immigrant in his shithole country, in Trump's words.
Well, do you believe that he said that? He called them shithole countries?
I don't remember the context of that phrase. I believe that is something he literally said, but there could be some context that makes it not as bad.
The context aside, just do you believe he said that? Yes or no?
My understanding is
uttered those words.
That is something that he said. I don't know for sure the context of it.
Okay. Yeah, and again, it's not even just construction. They're in hospitality. They're in the food service industry. They're obviously in construction. They're in other sorts of domestic work. They're everywhere. And again, like, I don't have any animus towards anybody from any part of the world. But I am American, and I believe in putting American families and American people first. This is their country, not anybody else's.
My whole argument is that it's also benefiting other Americans.
No, I don't think so. If it was as beneficial as you thought it was,
hold on. Do you recognize that is my argument? Hold on. Do you recognize that is my argument? That it is benefiting other Americans? I mean, I do also care about the benefits of the immigrants, but I'm setting that aside because I recognize that that's something that a lot of people aren't going to care about as much as me. So I'm just saying my argument is that it does have a positive effect on Americans' wages overall. At least some types of immigration over some time spans. You know.
No, I don't concede that at all.
You don't concede that is my... No, hold on. I'm not saying whether it's true or not. You recognize that is my argument. That is the argument I'm making.
Fair enough. Yeah. I believe you believe that. Yes.
Okay, great. So my argument is not that, like, we should prioritize immigrants over Americans or whatever. My argument, I'm simply saying I think it benefits American wages in other sectors, even if it might hurt wages in one sector.
Yeah, I believe that you believe that.
Okay. So I don't know why we keep pivoting to this... American fucking first point or whatever, because I don't think any of my arguments that I've given right in this case have been really conflicting with that.
I think they do. I think they 100% do. If you're a globalist,
but only because you dispute the factuality of them, right? Not like on principle. It'd be different if I said like I think Americans should be willing to bear some cost to like benefit a lot more immigrants, right? And that is a position, at least to some degree, like I do hold because I care about the utility of immigrants as well. But I can, I recognize most people are not going to align with me there, so I'm making a much more modest claim. But
Yeah, the majority of the electorate disagrees with you. The
Wow.
majority of the electorate, I'm just letting you know right now that they disagree with not just you but me, because I'm a little bit more lenient on the illegal immigrant question. But the majority of Americans want them all gone, every single one.
I don't know if
no
that's
exception,
I
and that's on
don't
both
know if
sides.
that's I don't believe
That's
that's
public
true.
policy, dude. That's public polling. It's been done
I
ad
look up
nauseum.
the
Again, just look
polling-
at the big tell is the result of the 2024 election, where
Wow.
everybody got it wrong except for me.
True.
I
Wait.
know the
There's
electorate better than
there's
most
actually
people.
there was a model that actually predicted the election exactly right. It was made by Economists using unemployment and inflation data from every state, and it correctly predicted every state. Okay, so apparently the Economists know something. Okay, the Economists got something right. All right, so not the
Are you talking
Economist
about the
magazine,
paper?
but like
The
Economist too.
Are you
What?
talking
Repeat
about an Economist or the Economist, the newspaper?
And it was multiple economists, but not the magazine. It was just economists working for a university.
Yeah, you don't have to be an economist to realize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to lose spectacularly in that election. It was pretty obvious. But eggheads like Ann Seltzer were in complete denial about it, and they were probably
True.
engaged in election interference as a result. I predicted the election. I do. That's what I do. Like, I understand the election, and this is what the problem with a lot of bread tubers
You're an
are, and a lot of
understander.
these pro globalists are.
Wait,
they don't understand.
Did you get the 2020 election right? Did you predict Joe Biden was going to win that?
No. President Trump clearly won that election.
I'm
He
saying
clearly won that
so,
election.
but just to be clear, for people who live in the real world, you didn't get that right. You predicted Trump was going to win.
Yeah, and he did. He won that election, and they rigged
Okay.
it 100%. And
Yep.
you're gonna have egg on your face in a very short amount of time for suggesting otherwise and being snarky about it. When
I'm
there's
sure.
tangible, concrete evidence that you're willing to accept that's presented that the election of 2020 was rigged, are you going to concede it? Yes or no? Or are you going to do mental gymnastics?
I don't know why should I when you won't accept any of the tangible evidence I'm giving you?
Well, again, it's not going to come from me. It's going to come from the DOJ.
I'm not giving you evidence from me. I'm giving you evidence from I'm giving you evidence from a variety of sources, from economic journals, from just sort of basic economic theory and rationalizing about that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, agree to disagree. I don't think we
Okay.
should be going into the 2020 election. We can revisit that later if you'd like, but
Wow, true. Okay.
you know.
Okay, so that, yeah, on the first of all, before we get off of immigration, where's the 20 million people number coming from?
Damn, man. Had I known, I would have brought sources, but
Yeah, I
I didn't
know.
come
Yeah, that's
prepared
great.
at all.
I mean, my understanding from real data for people who live in the real world is that there were 10.8 million encounters, and not every encounter was someone who got into the country. Many of them were turned around. In fact, there's some double counting in those because some people were turned around and came back later. That it's simply encounters by Border Patrol. So certainly, it's less than 10.8 million because that's just a total number of encounters.
Yeah, it's probably a lot higher than that.
What's the evidence for that?
I live in a sanctuary city, dude.
Do you think that maybe the sanctuary city is like a bit of an outlier, and that like maybe your anecdotal experience in a sanctuary city might not be representative of the average amount of immigration?
It's possible, but
It's possible. Put
I
a
look
percentage
around.
on that. Put a percentage on how confident you are with regards to the claim that in a sanctuary city, or a sanctuary city is not going to be a representative sample of how common immigration is in the entirety of America. How confident are you in that claim being true?
Okay, well, the way that you put it, sure. However, I am 96% positive that over 20 million illegal aliens resided or came into the United States under Joe Biden's presidency.
But your evidence for that was that you live in a sanctuary city, which I just demonstrated that is not going to be a representative sample.
Well, I do a lot of traveling. Yeah, I live in the Southwest. We're very close to the border, and we've seen those people running all over the place, causing a lot of problems. And
how would you
look,
tell?
I'm just saying, dude. Everyone's seen the video.
Based on your experience, how would you tell whether or not there's been 10 million or 20 million immigrants that entered under Joe Biden's term? How would you tell the difference between those two worlds?
Intuition. It's really that simple. I mean, dude, just like look how many people are being deported right now.
True.
Look at the hysteria surrounding illegal immigration enforcement. It's abundantly clear that it's probably, dude, first up, 10 million is fucking insane already. Like, that's unbelievably
That's the number of
insane
encounters. That's like a overestimate still. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that's like the clearly the
Yeah, but you also got to account for the people that got away. And
We have
and,
numbers
and
of
again, you
that.
can't even trust the accounting.
It's like
from
less than
the
a
Biden
million.
administration. You can't
Yeah,
even
of
trust
course
the
you can't
accounting
trust
from
it.
the Biden administration because he neutered his own law enforcement, federal law enforcement.
True.
He neutered them. He lambasted them. He was antagonistic towards his own federal government in regards to enforcing and protecting the U.S. border. And again, they lied and pretended
Trump's
that
not
you needed to have
antagonistic
the-
to his own federal government. How many people has he fired? How many prosecutors has he gone through trying to indict fucking Eric Adams and shit? Like, what do you mean, dog?
Well, Eric Adams.
Trump
is a
complains about the
homie.
deep state all the time. Like,
Yeah, well, when he does it, they deserve it. But
True.
when
Okay.
regular law enforcement agents are just doing their job and trying to protect the border, and then Kamala Harris comes out and she starts rebuking them, that's a problem, man. That was very demoralizing. Again, I don't know how you would be able to believe any of the stats that came from one of the least transparent, one of the most brutal administrations that we've seen in the United States in a very long time. I mean, that's just how it is, bro. Like
Yeah.
my goodness, is that a Joe Biden with the red laser eye?
Hell yeah. I bought this right after Joe Biden dropped out because I knew they were going to take it off the store soon, so I knew I had to get one.
I probably should have gotten one myself, but I probably would have stolen it. I just couldn't pay for something like that. My conscience, wouldn't allow it. So I guess it must have been very difficult for you to see President Trump beat 2 general election candidates.
I don't mean by very difficult. I was upset.
I'm sorry, but actually, no, I'm not. But did you do a meltdown video? Were you streaming when that happened?
No, I wasn't streaming, and I didn't really do a video after about it.
Fair enough. Well, yeah. Well, anyways, back to the immigration stuff. Yeah, man, it's just obvious to me. It's obvious to me.
Okay.
Again,
I didn't consider. I didn't consider it was obvious. That's my. I didn't consider that. Wow, it really updated me. Okay, so I don't think there's anything I can tell you to convince you on the immigration thing. Okay, I want to get back to a point you mentioned a few times with regards to. So 2 things here. One, you said tariffs are voluntary because you can just not buy cheap Chinese crap or whatever. And then secondly, you said like the whole argument against tariffs or whatever is that consumers are going to pay them. I think both of those things are a little silly. So for one, what did I say the first one was? The first one, it was I already forgot it.
the tariffs being avoidable.
Oh yeah, so that for one is not. I think the way you should analyze policy is like whether or not it's a net benefit or not, right? I think that like whether or not something is avoidable is not going to play a big role into whether or not the policy itself is a net benefit. If something is economically inefficient, but it is like it's still technically avoidable by making decisions that make the economy more inefficient, which is what a tariff does. That doesn't change my analysis of whether something or not is a net benefit. But also, obviously domestic goods, which rely on, or domestically manufactured goods still rely on like imported materials. So there's going to be a lot of companies that, make products in America, but that rely on imported materials. That's like roughly 50 to 60% of trade is in like related party trade where that is the case. And that is going to raise prices for consumers, even of domestically, manufactured goods. And then secondly, you're going to there's probably some effect on prices just due to lower competition from companies overseas. That is I don't know how big that effect is. It probably depends, but there is that effect is probably there. Do you think that most of those things are probably somewhat true at least?
Yeah, no, I agree with it. I agree with what you said. That makes sense.
Okay, so in that case, it's not really that voluntary then.
I mean, to a degree it is and it isn't. Like, I mean, if you really want to boil it down to the way that you just did, sure. I guess it is somewhat unavoidable. However, it's still a net benefit to the American worker, and it's important to place a lot of emphasis on producing and manufacturing and gathering materials that aren't globally sourced to avoid these high costs, if you will. And the thing is, it's like, dude, like all these other countries do it. Mexico was tariffing the United States like fucking crazy. Canada was doing it. Like everybody was doing it.
What do you think the effective average rate was for Mexico tariffs on U.S. exports?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I recall
It's
for
like
certain
below
food-related
5%.
products. I'm going to look it up later. But for Canada, there were certain produces.
I know. Nice meme. Nice one,
so when
nice
they do
one.
it, it's okay. When everybody wants to do it, it's okay.
First of all, the Canadian tariffs that I know you're citing, which I know you also probably got from some dipshit on Twitter, that refers to a quota system. If U.S. exports or the amount Canada was importing reached beyond a certain level, then the tariff would be applied. It has never reached that level. That tariff has never been applied, right? So that's number one. Number two.
And are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that?
I am.
Because it sounds like a way to squash
sure.
competition. It sounds like a way to chill competition with a neighbor when it's supposed to. When trade is supposed to be fair and free. That was a lie that we were sold.
That's a
like
way. My understanding of why that's there is some combination of national security concerns and probably, I don't know for sure about this one, but probably some concern from farmers or some lobbying on behalf of farmers, right?
Absolutely. Why would they want to compete with foreign products? That's why that brings me to my
second point, which is that I'm not saying, I've never claimed that the other tariffs countries place on us are okay. I would say two things in that respect. One, they hurt the country imposing the tariffs too, right? I think the tariffs that Canada has on our dairy, or like I said, those never really go into effect. So whatever tariffs Canada has on us are also hurting Canada and raising prices there and making the overall economy less efficient there. And secondly, the reasons for imposing them are not because they are economically efficient or a net benefit to the country. I think what you just said is a good example where there are potentially, what you agreed with me on is that there are, probably farmers who don't want to compete against other people. And because trade has sort of concentrated losses in that if they were to compete against foreign producers, there'd be a few farmers who would lose out in Canada, right? Maybe a few thousand farmers who would lose some revenue. Potentially some of them would have to close their farm or whatever. But the benefits of it are very diffuse in that each consumer in Canada would only benefit a little bit from the slightly cheaper produce they now get. But spread over this is every consumer spread over the entire country. So, 30 million consumers benefit, but they all benefit a very little amount. So there's no lobbying on behalf of their side because for each individual consumer, it's just too much struggle. Many of them probably don't even know about it to lobby to put this tariff in place or to protect this tariff or to not vote for someone based on their support for the tariff because it's such a little minor effect on each individual, even if for the whole it is more important or more economically efficient and outweighs the loss to their producers. So because of the concentrated benefits there, that's kind of why you see a lot of tariffs in place in other countries and in the US as well prior to the Trump doing tariffs and everything. A lot of the tariffs we had were we have the US sugar program. A lot of tariffs result from the fact that there are concentrated corporate interest protecting these things, and consumers are sort of rationally ignorant and they don't vote against it enough. And you recognize
I'm not against what Canada did. I'm not against what Canada was doing.
Okay.
I think every nation should be enacting policy that benefits their own citizenry. And I think that President Trump was doing just that.
Wait, dude. So on what I just said, do you recognize the evidence that you provided for tariffs being good was poor because I just explained to you a million different reasons why tariffs being in place don't necessarily point to them being actually productive for the country. On net, it just points to some failing of I don't want to say some failing of public choice theory, but it just points to the fact that there are potentially concentrated interest protecting this. Well, the diffuse benefits don't have the same organization to prevent it from happening.
No, I don't agree with that.
Why not?
I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
You're making it a lot more complicated than it needs to be, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus Christ. How do I put this? There's just I feel like you're kind of muddying the waters a little bit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think how I can put this eloquently. Oh man. We'll have to get back to it. So let's
Okay.
move on for a minute. I want to think about that for a minute. But
Yeah. So there are some other issues. I don't think you're ever going to come up with a good response to that. But regardless, for one, I think, you know, it's debatable how much trade actually, you know, quote unquote, hollowed out American manufacturing or whatever, right? So if you just look at like, you know, you can look at a trend line of the manufacturing share of employment, you know, in the U.S. and from like 1960 to 1980, and just extrapolate it out to today, and it like almost exactly predicts like where we are today, despite like all these free trade deals we signed with NAFTA and, you know, trading more of China and stuff or whatever. Because I think there's, you know, reasons that kind of more fundamental forces are behind that decline in the manufacturing share of employment. Like, for example, the fact that manufacturing productivity has gone up quite a bit. So, you know, output has not fallen during this entire free trade, you know, period. Industrial production has gone up. It's below its 2008 peak. It's been relatively stagnant since 2008, but you know, we haven't signed many free trade deals since 2008. So that's that. Production has been up. Value added as a percent of GDP has been up. It's simply the share of employment has fallen, largely because manufacturing productivity has increased. And essentially, how do I use words that aren't going to make your brain explode? The demand for all manufactured goods is relatively inelastic. Remember when we were talking about that before, elasticity, meaning when the price of manufactured goods fall because of productivity increases, people don't necessarily continue buying, or they don't necessarily continue, you know, spending the same amount on manufactured goods. Their like percent of income spent in manufactured goods falls. You know, they might buy more manufactured goods when the price falls, but not enough to make up for the productivity effect, you know, reducing the price. So that's the driver, the manufacturing and employment share falling. I don't think much of it is attributable to trade. And even like,
are you serious? You really believe that?
Yeah. So just one last point. I think. Well, no, actually, let me ask you this. Like, if you were to say, like, what percent of the decline in manufacturing employment would you say is like attributable to like the China shock from like 1990 to like 2003 or something, or 2007?
I would probably say the bulk of it.
Okay.
Percentage wise, I don't know. I don't want to fucking nerd out over that shit. Kind of meaningless. But to suggest,
well, I think it is
overall
meaningful in this context
that trade
because
was not the catalyst for the erosion of manufacturing and factory work in the United States is just patently untrue.
True. So I just want to be clear.
It's obvious.
Like,
it's
highest.
obvious why that a lot of these jobs have been offshored, and it's not even just like manufacturing. Now we're seeing it with tech. With the advent of work from home, they can just offshore jobs to for tech. It's India.
Wow. So
For
you recognize
manufacturing,
what
it's
you're saying?
Mexico.
You're saying that these companies are offshoring jobs. Do you recognize that I just gave you examples or reasons why the manufacturing share of employment would fall without offshoring, right? There are other reasons that could be behind it, and I provided you several of them. And I'll say, like, even like, you know, there's a paper, Arthur Dorn Hansen, 2013, about the China shock. I have many objections to the paper, but like it's the highest estimate that you're going to find for the share of manufacturing employment lost due to the China shock. They estimate at most 25%. So I don't think you have any evidence for it being the bulk of it.
Well, you can ask anybody in the Rust Belt how they feel about it, and if it's 25%, because I imagine that it is significantly worse.
Why would they have access to better evidence than the stuff I just cited?
Oh, because they lived through it, for one.
How would they tell between like offshoring and just productivity increases and shifts in consumer spending? How would they have?
This is what I mean by like you muddying the waters and shit.
I'm not muddying the waters. I'm just saying that there's going to be a lot of data that's going to override how some person feels about it.
Dude, really?
Yeah.
No, just bare bones. Just stripping this down to the bare bone argument. Is trade adversely impacting significantly the amount of factory or manufacturing jobs in America? Yes, and that also includes tech as of fairly recently. To suggest otherwise is just not true.
You can just
Now,
repeat
you can dress
yourself,
up
but I provided a lot of evidence.
rebuttal with like data and productivity figures and this.
Wait,
and
okay,
this thing
wait.
versus
So
that thing.
just to be,
You're
I'm gonna.
wrong.
I don't think I'm gonna be. I shouldn't even say this because you're not gonna care. But I don't think this is sufficient on its own, right? I don't think it's sufficient on its own. Not that you would catch it if I have a rebuttal if I didn't preface this with it. But do you think it's more consistent with my theory that industrial production went up all the way until 2008, and that manufacturing's value added as a share of GDP is still going up to today? Do you think that is more consistent with my theory or your theory?
Probably mine. But I
Why?
don't really care about the GDP. By the way, I don't.
I'm not
care
saying
about it at all.
GDP. If manufacturers were like offshoring a ton, don't you think industrial production in the U.S. would it'd be likely to fall?
It depends what industrial production you're talking of, because I don't have the figures in front of me right now. Again, I'm just talking about jobs in general, just bare bone jobs. And like I said, there's nothing, dude. This is why the Democrats lost, by the way, because of the
True.
sneaky maneuvering you guys do in regards to the grave suffering of American citizens who have lost their. And it's not even just like factory workers. Like I said, it's tech workers, it's accountants, people in finance.
Okay, can you explain what like I just said? Like the last question I asked you, just explain what you understood from what I said, and then I want you to explain why you think that data is more consistent with your view than my view.
Dude, repeat what you said again. So
Yeah, okay.
Dude, repeat what you said again, because it was kind of verbose, and you're expecting me to like remember everything,
Okay.
word for word.
Do you think the fact that industrial production, I'm not expecting you to repeat it word for word, but that industrial production has gone up, right? So that just output, this is output, right? And it's not jobs, it's output of like
Output
manufactured
of what?
products.
Output of what? What are we talking about though? What are we
Of
talking about
industrial industries. So like
Like
mining is in there, many manufacturing firms are in there.
Okay, well you obviously can't outsource like a mining operation in the United States to China because that's here. So I mean, do you have
First
other
of all,
examples besides?
You can't
you have
like,
any other
so
examples?
you can't there are resources in other countries. China exports like a lot of coal,
sure.
for example. So you
Yeah.
absolutely can
But so do
outsource
we.
those jobs.
So do we.
I don't think we export that much coal, but we might.
No, but we produce it though. We use it.
We do produce some amount of coal, but like, so here's a so let's use coal as an example. Actually, I don't know this for sure, but I would think that coal production in the U.S., it's probably gone down since like 2000 maybe, because we're woke environmentalists now, but it's probably trending upward for some time while employment was trending downward. Okay, do you understand how that is evidence of increasing productivity in the coal industry because less workers are able to make or extract more coal?
That's possible, but I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Not at the top of my head, no.
I'm not asking whether you think it's like this has actually happened. Oh wait, by the way,
It might be possible. Look, I get what you're trying to say. It might be possible even across different industrial production sectors. However, that still does not undercut the core claim that globalization has eroded and hollowed out a lot of these manufacturing jobs.
So you're making a big claim there, and we're discussing the evidence for it. So one point again I brought up, which by the way I looked it up, industrial production for petroleum and coal products went up all the way until 2019, but I don't know if there's one for just coal, because I bet petroleum might be doing the heavy lifting there. I don't know, but regardless, what I'm saying is when output of something goes up and employment in that goes down, that is more consistent with a increase in productivity than it is with offshoring. Now, I don't think that alone is sufficient to say very much, because there'd have to be more causal inference involved to make like robust conclusions from it. But I think it's nonetheless, evidence in favor of the view that a lot of this is just productivity increase in manufacturing, representing that less employees are making more things rather than offshoring, which you'd kind of expect production to either go down or deviate from trend from, even if it was still going up.
I don't agree with it. I
Why
just
not?
don't agree with that at all.
Why?
Because it's pretty self-evident as to why.
Okay. Why do you think like South Korea and Germany would both have trade surpluses, and like every developed country has followed a pretty similar path with regards to the manufacturing share of employment?
I don't know. I'm not German.
I didn't consider you could only make things based off of anecdotes. Okay. But like, you know, there's a lot of countries that have strong industrial bases, South Korea, Germany, which have trade surpluses in manufacturing. Nonetheless, they experience the same decline in manufacturing employment. More broadly, it follows a inverted U-shaped path. It usually increases at first and then reaches a peak. We peaked at about in 1954. Our manufacturing share of employment peaked, and then it's a slow, steady decline. And almost every country, regardless of whether they have trade deficits or trade surplus, or regardless of how big their, where the peak was in the manufacturing share of employment, they follow this like same general pattern. Even China is experiencing that. Like, why do you think that is? Do you think maybe offshoring is not a particularly good explanation for that?
I wouldn't know, because I don't know anything about South Korea or Germany. I don't know about their industrial sector, if you will. I can only speak to matters pertaining to America.
Okay.
And you speak very confidently on those topics. I mean, you tell me why is that the case, since you looked it up?
Because there's more general structural, since I looked it up, Drew, there's more general structural trends, like the things I cited, that point to the manufacturing share of employment being determined not substantially by trade, but by shifts in consumer spendings and productivity between sectors and the spillovers between them.
And this is how you try to dress down the globalist policies that have harmed American workers, is by saying that there's.
So what I'm saying is, if the goal of tariffs is to bring back this industrial base, I don't think that's going to be well. There's a number of reasons I don't think they'd be accomplish its goals. One of which is that it doesn't seem to be the case that a major driver, or like the primary driver of the decline in manufacturing employment, was due to trade, but more fundamental factors.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory. I've never heard a leftist put it that way. Usually they don't like to talk about this topic because their globalist policies are generally responsible for a lot of the turmoil and chaos in American citizenry's life, the average American worker's life.
Let's talk about another reason why I think it's likely to not work. So, like I said before, do you understand many goods that are being tariffed right now, many imports the U.S. has, roughly, it's hard to know the exact number, but, somewhere between 40 and 60%, probably closer to the higher end, are inputs for other goods and services. Do you think that is true?
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure.
Okay. What would it, if I send you data on how much trade is between related parties, would that affect you at all?
Well, what exactly would you send me, per se?
So there's data from the BEA about how much trade is between related parties. It's, roughly half of U.S. imports are between related parties, meaning companies that are either subsidiaries of each other or have some legal relationship to each other. Now, to be fair, not all of those are necessarily going to be intermediate goods. Some of those are probably final goods that but I don't know for sure if Walmart does this, but if Walmart is importing a final good from its Chinese subsidiary to the U.S. company, right? Those could be related parties. It's not necessarily an input, but there are other data. I have data somewhere else. I forget where it's from, about the percentage of imports that are inputs for other products, but I don't think any of this stuff would ever convince you.
Yeah, none of that is interesting to me. None of that is interesting to me at all. And to the majority of Americans, I'm just curious. What do you think is the ideal way to structured trade? Because obviously you're against how President Trump
I
is
didn't even
doing
get to.
it.
I didn't
How
even
would
get
you do
to
it?
my point. See, there's an issue when you are retarded. Okay, there's an issue when you're retarded. So I can never get to my point without first making sure that you concede on the very fundamental basics of things. So the point here is going to be, because many tariffs are put on inputs, right? That it's not just going to protect whatever industry you put the tariff on, right? You know, in this case, it's everything, but it's going to harm industries, a lot of which are manufacturing industries that produce stuff as well. So we have literal example of this in Trump's first term when we put a tariff on steel. That probably had some effect in protecting the steel industry. But there are a lot of companies, manufacturing companies, that rely on steel to make their domestically manufactured goods, right? So when you raise the cost of steel for them, you harm them. You hurt employment in those sectors. So like there's one study from 2023 by Lydia Cox, like that estimates maybe 1,000 jobs protected in the steel industry, but roughly 70 to like 75,000 jobs lost in downstream industries. Similar things for the tariffs on like washing machines and such. Can you conceivably see how that could be the case? How you could boost employment in one sector?
I can see how that could be the case, but I don't know what data you're citing, and again,
the issue is I can send you. First of all,
economists.
Yeah, that's great. I was just going to say I can send you the paper, which I cited. I said it's Lydia Cox, 2023. You could look that up and find it. It's a pretty famous paper of hers. But you know, I can send you that, but you're just not going to care at all.
No, not really. I want high tariffs, plain and simple. I think globalization is bad, and it should be reversed totally. And again, the electorate agrees with me, not you. This is what you have to dive into.
The tariffs are pretty unpopular by now. I don't know if they were ever above 50%. They might have been, but they were. I don't think most Americans were even voting necessarily on the tariffs. I think they were voting.
Most people were very excited about the tariffs, I believe.
What's the evidence for that? Are you going to trust any poll, or are you trusting your anecdotal experience again?
Well, I buy my own groceries, and they have gone down in price. I pay for gas.
What did I just ask you for?
I don't know, for me to cite some Egghead Economist paper or something or other.
I asked you for evidence that most Americans supported tariffs.
Well, the fact that they voted for President Trump, that should be the big tell. And it was just not even barely a year ago.
Do you think that people can vote for a president that they don't support one policy of, or aren't even aware of that policy?
Yeah, sure.
And do you agree that there are many other explanations for why Trump won?
It was one of the most watched political contests in American history, and one of the most consequential ones. I think everybody kind of knew what President Trump was about and what he was going to do. Nothing that is happening right now is a surprise. And again, you guys just want to harm the president and his agenda and make it look stupid, and you muddy the waters by diving into this study or that study. Again, I don't think any of that is interesting at all. Dude, like everything that he does, you're antagonistic against. Like again, you're antagonistic against the USAID thing. Like I don't know why you would be against dismantling this organization. You're a Democrat, and by the way, I'm a registered Democrat. I believe the will of the people should be respected. The people don't want their money being senselessly wasted, going towards I don't know, as you were attacking AsmonGold, the African children or something or other. It's fine by me, but you're a globalist, so we just disagree on these fundamentally.
True. I think there is some fundamental disagreement with regards to an aspect there about whether to value the utility people in other countries or not. And I think I have arguments for my position on that. But so I just want, because I think you're the one muddying the waters here. Okay. Do you think it is likely, do you think it is more likely than not that if you put tariffs on intermediate goods, that is goods used to produce other goods, it is likely that the net effect on manufacturing will be negative because you're forcing a lot of manufacturers to pay higher cost for the materials?
It's possible, but if the people want it, they'll pay it, and if they don't, they won't. It's easily avoidable. if you don't want to go down that route. By the way, I'm
can you-
anti-consumption. So this
repeat the question I just asked.
Is it a net negative downstream for these manufacturers for tariffs to be increased when the cost of materials used to make their manufactured products go up? Is that a bad thing? Somebody just
so do you think what you just said, which is if people want to pay for it, they will, that is at all responsive to my claim that downstream industries can be hurt by putting tariffs on intermediate goods?
Yeah, it's possible, but if they don't like it, they should just manufacture here in the United States.
What was the question you were just asked? Are you
Because
capable of
everybody- ask an
understanding
answer, bro. Ask an
English
answer.
sentences? Are you
Ask an
capable of
answer.
speaking the English language? Are you capable of having conversations where you respond to the things other people say? Like this, I've been watching the conversation. You're genuinely not like biologically capable of having conversations. Like you'll just reassert your view, right? So Nonfon will make a sort of honestly not a very complicated argument. It's very simple, right? Like if the cost of intermediate goods goes up, then it's going to be more expensive to do manufacturing in the US. And that's going to have a negative effect on manufacturing. And your response to this is just to reassert, but I like
Yeah, I said
tariffs.
okay. I did answer it, by the way. I said okay. So yeah, it's
Okay, wait,
possible.
sorry.
Wow.
We agree then. So this is a concession that tariffs don't actually help boost manufacturing?
Just because the cost of some goods go up does not mean that it's not going to, overall promote the stated goal of bringing some manufacturing or all manufacturing back to the United States. Again, if you're against it, that's fine. It's a agree to disagree. I believe that.
No, it's not an agree to
God.
disagree. Unless like there's a fact of the matter and you're not interested in the fact of the matter, you're interested in just repeating the beliefs you have, right? Like this is why you have this like little soy rage moment every time Nonfon tries to bring empirical evidence in. And it's because you
Soy
understand
now,
that you're soy raging. You're the one who is soy raging.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Glad to clear that up. So this is why you have those moments, is because you understand that you're not actually interested in having true beliefs. What you're interested in is this sort of vibes-based analysis that lets you get mad at left-wingers.
Well, I'm not mad at left wingers at all. I mean, now you're just making shit up.
I mean, I think that when you say that like left-wingers want to destroy the country, I think most people
They
would
do.
interpret that as you being mad at them.
They
Do
do.
you
Well, I'm
agree?
not mad. I understand why they're doing what they're doing.
So do you think that most people, if somebody said this group wants to destroy my country, do you think most people who say that would be mad at that group?
Well, it depends who you're speaking to.
Do you know what the word most people means?
People, dog.
Again, this is why I couldn't not come in here and be a little bit mean to you, is because you're just not capable of responding to things other people say.
You guys are
Because
really
you can't
capable of
reason.
debate.
You're biologically incapable
Shut
of
up,
reasoning.
shut up, boy.
You're an
Shut up.
animal.
Shut up. Oh, I'm an animal?
Yes.
Really? Yeah.
You're not
maybe
capable
I
of
am.
reasoning. You are like
Neither are you, dude.
human.
You guys are, dude. Here's a problem with both of you. You guys are debate me bros. You can't
True.
just
By debate me, bro, you mean person who
normally
wants to
about
have
any
true
of this
beliefs. Like
topic.
Nonfon and I, to be clear, have like radical disagreements. Nonfon and I are very politically far from one another, right? The problem is we just both have a desire to have true beliefs, and that means that we are worlds
you don't
away
believe
from
I'm
you will
sincere
ever
in my
be, right?
beliefs? You don't believe I'm sincere in my beliefs?
I believe
I
you're
don't think
sincere in your
I think
beliefs.
you're
I
knowledgeable
believe you
enough
have
to
zero.
have sincere beliefs.
True. I don't know that you have like I don't think you can form propositional attitudes. Like I don't know if I'm a conditional eliminativist about you. You don't have mental states, right? You're a machine. Like I said this in chat earlier, but I could code a bot that could predict every one of your beliefs with a week-long Python course because you're pre-ChatGPT level sentient. You're pre-ChatGPT 1. Like you don't have an ability to respond to the things other people say in any depth or at all, really. Like you just what you can do is reassert your opinions and then whine.
Okay.
Cool, great.
That's
Well,
what you
I'll-
do.
Okay.
That's fine. Very
Another-
insightful,
further-
Charsky.
Thank you. I do my best. To sort of, call balls and strikes. And right now, what I'm calling is biological incapability to reason. But yeah. So in the future, I'd really appreciate it if you could respond to the things other people say. Maybe try to listen, right? Like Nonfon has now asked you like several times to repeat the question you're trying to answer in the process of you answering it, and you've been unable to. So if you don't know the question you're answering, it's going to be really difficult to answer the question. So maybe try to pay a little bit more attention. But I'll hop out. This is just like my priors for conservatives being subhuman have gone up so high. It's going to be
I'm not
impossible.
conservative. I'm not conservative at
I'm
all.
sure.
Yeah, no, nobody ever is, right? Everybody's just a disaffected liberal all the time, forever. But
Yeah, he used to be
So
Democrat.
now
I don't
you're
know.
just mind reading.
Yeah.
See, you're not honest yourself.
No, I'm not. Again, you don't have
You're a
mental states, so
liar.
I can't mind read
You're a
you,
liar.
right?
It's okay, dude.
What have I
got
said that's
you.
false? What have I said that's false?
You know what you said. I mean, just again, you're just doing the debate me bro shit right now. Like,
Sorry, when you call somebody a
you're not as
liar and
sneaky
they
as you
ask
think you are.
what
None of you guys are
they've
as sneaky
said
as you think you are. I'm just
as
letting you know that right
sneaky,
now.
I don't think I'm sneaky at all. What I've said
Yeah,
here is
you
very
are.
clear. It's maybe sneaky because you don't understand it because again, you're an animal, right? Because you're not capable of reasoning, right? But it's not at all sneaky to somebody who has an IQ above 75.
Okay.
Cool.
And you
And
do you or do you not believe that I'm a conservative? I'm just curious.
I think your politics are more consistent with conservatism than any other label, right? You're a nationalist, right?
Yeah, I think anyone looking at your Twitter would consider you conservative, or
Yeah.
like
you can maybe
populist
have this sort of
conservative, maybe.
proprietary understanding of what these terms mean, but on everyone else's semantics, you're going to be a conservative.
All right, that's what you want to believe, dude. Knock yourself out.
just immediate concession, right? Yeah, goaded.
No,
Okay.
not at all. Not at all.
Okay,
But
wait, sorry. Did you think that on
that-
most people's semantics, your views are more consistent with conservatism or liberalism?
Yeah, I don't really care too much about the labels. People are entitled to be incorrect and wrong or whatever. That's totally fine
Do you
by
think that
me.
answers my question?
No.
You know what I'm going to ask you right now? I'm going to ask you what my question was, and you're not going to be able to reproduce it because, again, you're not able to have conversations. Like, you're doing violence to Nonfon right now. You are being cruel to Nonfon.
I thought I've been very, very friendly. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is very cruel
you've been,
to
interpersonally friendly. You've been very intellectually unfriendly. Okay, so
yeah, I would rather have somebody call me every slur in the book if they responded to the things I said, than have them just have this sort of non-conversation where they just repeat their views when I try to give them Nonfon is being very charitable to you, is explaining these sort of basic concepts you don't understand, and then you're responding by not listening and just reasserting your views.
First off, what concept did he utter that I don't understand?
Every single one.
Every argument Nonfon has made. Could you actually? Yeah, here's an idea. Could you reproduce a single argument Nonfon has given? Could you repeat back to us a single argument given in the course of this conversation?
What did I misunderstand? No, I asked you a question.
Yeah, this is going to demonstrate that you didn't understand any of them, but you can't reproduce a single one.
No, you're the one that made the claim.
You're stuttering right now because you understand.
No,
that you've gotten blown the fuck out.
What did I not understand?
You didn't understand. You didn't understand Nonfon's point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, you recognize there are concepts that we are claiming that you didn't understand, right?
Name one.
I'm just saying you recognize that. Do you agree that there were concepts that I said that you think
Nonfon
you understood?
Nonfon had to explain the concept of a net effect to you.
You didn't. I don't think you didn't understand my point about the lump of labor stuff and the net effect of immigrants on wages,
or the sort of diffuse costs point.
Yeah, you didn't understand my point on the public choice theory stuff. You didn't understand my point with regards to intermediate goods, the cost of them, and the effects on downstream industries. I don't think you understood almost anything.
A single point.
I believe I addressed those things adequately.
Okay, can you repeat a single one of them? If you understand them, you'd be able to repeat them. But you know you don't understand them. You're not trying to repeat them. Can you repeat a single one of the arguments?
No, I forget. How about that?
Incredible. Also, just to be clear, the last tweet you made, it was a reply that said, "Let's go, Brandon." 2 after that, I don't care if some morons exhaust costs more because of Trump. We got a country to save. I think anyone looking at this stuff would be, would think you're a conservative, or if they don't want to use conservative, it's because they would be
because I care about the American worker. That makes me a conservative. What the hell?
Yeah,
man?
That's what I said, buddy. Good understanding.
I mean, that's what you're insinuating. I mean,
what's being insinuated is that you said. Do you think that in general liberals are the sort of people who say "Let's go, Brandon"? Is that like a phrase common among libs?
It can be depending on the
this is I said in general. I said in general. You don't know what the words "in" and "general" mean, and it's crazy.
Or what about the phrase 100 million must be deported?
just a genuinely
illegal aliens are literally buying homes, are entitled for whatever reason to loan to buy homes, get government money to live literally rent free. The last administration was staffed with the most disgusting freaks.
Not true, but if it was, it'd be based.
It was true. So wait, this guy's claiming to be a conservative, but thinks Joe Brandon's or
Never
Joe
said I was a
Biden's,
conservative. That's another tracking failure
ideology.
on your part.
You said you're. Did you not
Yeah.
insinuate that you were a?
Yeah, I'm
a
very far
conservative?
from Nonfon because Nonfon loves markets and I hate them.
Oh,
True.
so how would you describe yourself then? Just
I'm a
so.
communist with a capital
Oh.
C.
Oh, great.
100% golden center.
So you don't have a job. That's great. Okay.
I've worked more hours in the past month than you have in the past 3. I would bet my life on it.
I doubt it.
What do you do for you have soft hands, I can tell. In fact, speaking of, you were talking about construction earlier. I worked construction during the Joseph Robinette Brandon administration, and my real wages went up. So I think we're on a similar footing here, anecdotally.
I doubt you worked construction. That doesn't sound accurate
Okay.
to me at all.
I
I just
I don't believe you. What did
okay.
you do? What did you do then?
I did roofing.
You did roofing.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
You sure?
Maybe I hallucinated it.
I mean, you can join
That's
the
possible, I guess.
Discord new method, but I don't really
Communist
know you. I
that
don't really.
works with their hands sounds
Yeah,
unlikely.
I'm
I'm
really trust you to
stronger,
jump
smarter,
in.
faster, and
There's other
taller than
people
you.
here.
By the
You
way,
can talk one-on-one.
How tall are you?
I'm
How would
6'5".
Turn on camera. Turn on camera.
I'm 6'5". My background right now would dox me pretty hard, but
What are your parents home? It's okay.
no, I live with my girlfriend. Luckily. But we don't have to do the personal stuff. But I was.
You brought it up, dude. You said my hands were soft, man. Now you're crying
You're
about
the one
it.
who asked what I did for work, moron.
I
responded to you. Wait. I responded to you saying that I was unemployed by telling you my job and then saying you look like you have soft hands. So who do you think there? This is another tracking failure on your part because you're again incapable of having conversations.
I don't think so.
I didn't consider that.
heavily
I didn't
invested
consider he
in
didn't think so.
stuff, and it's not it's not.
Does it not make you uncomfortable that your only ability to respond to arguments is nah? Like what? Like nah? No, I don't think so. Like if that was my only response when somebody gave me a sound argument or a valid argument at least against my view, I would be very worried. Does that not worry you at all?
No.
Okay.
You don't. Dude,
that's further evidence of my hypothesis that you don't care about.
That's expected. I don't think he has emotional state.
I don't waste a lot of energy on stupid shit that I hear. And
stupid shit like responding to arguments or even understanding them. I agree you don't spend much time doing that.
There's just some things that aren't really worth like giving a lot of.
Yeah, I agree. You think having true beliefs isn't worth your effort. Yeah, that's my characterization of you.
I do have true beliefs for one. That's
just not true, right? Your beliefs are entirely based on vibes. Like throughout this conversation, you have presented 0 non-vibes based arguments. It's just been it's obvious or it's my experience. Like you sound
hasn't presented any evidence either. He's citing whatever the hell he's citing, but I don't really know.
Wait, I'm citing whatever the hell I'm citing? Do you think what I'm citing is evidence? Even regardless of whether or not you think it's good evidence, I don't think you can say I'm just citing stuff it's just straight up not evidence.
I mean, if we want to get super duper technical, I don't know where you're getting those figures from. I'm kind of just.
I multiple times I verbally said the name of the study, and several times I also sent them in a general chat in my server.
I didn't get the notifications for such things, so I don't see anything.
They're in. I said general in my server. That you're not going
to get more evidence that you're not able to listen to the things other people say when you conversate with them.
Yeah, he didn't tell me he was posting anything in there.
I think I said. I don't know if I said I sent it in general, but I said I'm sending it.
Oh, I thought you were DMing it to me. So I guess.
Well, maybe if you listened to the things that were being said.
I just said I sent it in general. Then you said I don't get the notifications. I don't know. So at the time when I first sent it, I don't know if I specified in general. I don't think I did, but I did say I was sending it, or like I might have said I can send it to you. But yeah, I sent several things in general. One of which is a graph that we're
Well, that's my bad. I apologize about that.
It's like showing like a formal argument to a fish. It's just not like you're just not going to be doing anything, unfortunately. Like I genuinely think that you could have a more substantive conversation with like a first gen LLM.
Probably.
What's an LLM? What did you say?
You know what? You can find out. That'll be a fun journey for you.
Okay, it's probably some communist nonsense, I'm sure.
That's true.
True.
So I guess the election was a lot more harder on Charsky than Nonfon.
I voted for Trump, dude.
I don't know if I believe that.
No, I'm playing. I didn't vote.
Yeah, you seem a little too angry. You seem a little too angry to.
I am angry at people who hate the truth and human beauty and justice and those sorts of things. I am a passionate warrior for virtue.
Communism is a perversion of beauty and everything that is good in the world. So I don't know where you get that crazy idea from.
True. You are an enemy, genuinely, like a subhuman, like creature.
Look how dehumanizing Charsky is. I'm trying to have
it's not
spirited conversation.
Is it dehumanizing to call a cow a cow? Like, is it dehumanizing when I describe a pig as a pig?
Cattle?
It's not dehumanizing. You're just not a person.
You're dehumanizing me, dude. You're not.
I can't dehumanize non-persons, moron.
No, he doesn't even see me as a person, a sentient being.
Yeah. Generally, people are able to respond to the things other people say. That's one of the sort of.
This is core
actually
of the
on Nonfon's view. There are a lot of people.
If it was up to him, he would eradicate people like me. He would squish me.
No, I would give you a lovely life where you're able to learn how to have conversations. How to sort of respond to evidence presented by people you disagree with without just responding, nah. I've derailed a fair bit though, so I'll dip. But like, just please God, try to listen to the things other people say. I mean, this is again, it's just not worth saying it to something
you don't
like
believe in God. You don't believe in God.
I do believe in God.
Oh,
I
damn.
know more about God than you do.
I don't believe you.
Theism is true. Fine-tuning argument is sound.
Wow.
As is the anthropic argument.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
What do you think of the self-identification argument?
That's the anthropic argument. That's
Oh,
it's tricky, but yeah, have a good one, Nonfon. To this other person, to please try to listen to the things other people say. Try to respond to them.
I'm here to listen and learn, dude. I don't know what you're so upset.
I'm upset because my good friend Nonfon has been being tortured by explaining simple concepts to somebody who doesn't have the ability to comprehend them. That's called empathy, chud. But
that's very rich coming from a communist. I appreciate it though. You brought color to my night.
I will discuss the virtues of communism with you anytime.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll put it on the calendar sometime.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Just try to like.
Don't do it.
Again.
Don't torture yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to make the same mistakes, Charsky.
All right. Y'all have a good one. Well, Nonfon have a good one. The other person might need to suffer in order to change, but we'll see.
I'll pray for you, Charsky.
Thanks, Charsky.
Well, he seems nice.
Charsky
seems very friendly.
Charsky's a cool dude, yeah. I like Charsky. We're buddies. We're pals. Well-known non-fun
I don't talking with communists. Like I talked with a member of Antifa once upon a time. Yeah. She was pretty cool.
Crazy.
She didn't seem as violent and as angry as Charsky though. Charsky has a lot of the animus built up inside of him. I noticed that a lot in leftists.
He's not even a member of Antifa. He's a member of Trans Tifa, specifically the trans forceful transition wing of Antifa. Okay, he's going to forcefully transition you. Yep, verifiably true.
I will resist to the best of my abilities, but
I'm sure
he seems to have 5 inches above me, so I guess I'm doomed.
Well, to be fair, I'm not even sure your mind is complex enough to have a gender identity. So there's one. Whoa. So just I don't think you're ever going to understand this inhumane goods point, but just so you know, I sent it in general. It's a graph. It's pulling data from it's pulling data from surveys from all the regional Federal Reserve manufacturers. It's I think it's by the way, it's the not the latest link I sent, but the link above that. It's essentially showing
Mr. Nofo. Is this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this graph, the regional Fed manufacturing survey.
Mm-hmm. So what this is showing you is I hope your brain doesn't explode when I say this. It is the average Z-score of the diffusion indexes about capital expenditure plans over the next 6 months that manufacturing firms have, and the input cost, current prices paid for raw materials that they have. So essentially, just brief, just so you understand it a little bit. Basically, the regional Federal Reserves like all survey manufacturers, and the diffusion index is kind of a way of looking at sort of the net picture of how manufacturers overall are feeling. And what this is doing is it's taking so it's making z-scores of them. Z-scores is essentially how much z-scores is how much it's different from the standard deviation. Do you know what a standard deviation is? Just think of it how much like of what it was like historically, right? Because maybe one region essentially, maybe it has like sort of naturally lower growth or whatever, so it wouldn't really be fair to like just put that directly into an average. Instead, we're comparing it to historically in that region how much this has changed, rather than just comparing it like the absolute number how much it's changed, right? So it's making z-scores for all of the regional Fed banks that do the survey. It's averaging them, and I just have graphed here the change in z-scores for these things. You'll notice that they usually
you made this? You made this thing?
So I didn't come up with the idea. This is a extension of a chart. I can send you the original.
I'm not talking about the idea. Did you make this chart? Yes or no?
Yeah, essentially, kind of. Dude,
either you made it or you didn't, bro. Why is this so confusing?
I made this specific chart. The data is from the Fed banks, and the reason I made this chart is it is a extension of a chart made by Matthew C. Klein. He's an economist, and he made this the same chart. I just updated it with like more recent data. But I can send you the original Matthew C. Klein chart if you want that too. So you'll notice they usually move together. But post 2025, you'll see input cost has gone up historically compared to the historical, right? The z-scores for it have been trending upwards. Well, capex cost have gone down. What that is indicative of, or what that is sort of more consistent with, is manufacturers have to pay more for raw materials, and they therefore are planning less to do less investment in the future because it's going to cost more to do it.
So what's your point? What are you trying to get at?
My point is that if tariffs raise the cost of intermediate goods, it might positively affect some firms, but it can affect the overall manufacturing sector negatively because firms have to pay more for raw materials.
Okay.
Do you think that is evidence that maybe tariffs are not having their intended effect of protecting manufacturing?
Well, I think it's a little too soon to say. Again, like the president has only been president for slightly over a year. And I think it's just way too premature.
So first of all, I cited historical data as well. But first of all, do you think the data we've seen so far that I just showed you, do you think that is more consistent with my theory that tariffs are probably in aggregate negatively affecting like manufacturing, or your theory that presumably they're positively affecting it?
You made the chart, so it's obviously going to be favoring your theory.
Yeah,
so I'll just have to go ahead and give that one to you, man. I mean, you did good. It's a really nice looking chart. I'll give you that.
Okay. That's great. This is also like just from the Dallas Fed itself. They just asked a special question on their survey. They asked manufacturers if they expected tariffs to have a positive or negative impact on their business. 71.6% said they were going to have a negative impact, or that they've had one so far. 17.3% said no impact. 7.4% didn't know. Only 3.7% said they have a positive impact. And then also, I should have brought this up earlier, but interesting bullet point, 94.5% also reported they plan on passing through some or all of the extra cost that they were paying to consumers.
I completely understand that, and I think it's totally fine if that is the case.
What do you mean you think it's totally? You told me that the whole point of these tariffs was to make production at home again.
Yeah, but obviously, these tariffs are relatively recent, and for the intended purpose of them to come to fruition, you gotta wait, man. I mean, obviously, there's turmoil. Obviously, there's chaos in the markets. Obviously, things aren't going the way some people would expect.
I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying again. So, this is not like a short-term gain for a long-term pain thing. This is, you are permanently, essentially. Like, there could be conceivably, I shouldn't even grant you this. I can imagine a hypothetical where the tariffs spark some amount of investment in the U.S. and we make some incredible innovation that we otherwise wouldn't have that would actually lower the cost. But I think if that were likely to happen, a private investor would have already done something similar. And the fact that private investors aren't willing to take that bet is evidence that it's not a very good bet to take. So, but this is what I'm saying is you're raising the cost of raw materials for these manufacturing firms, and there's no, and that's permanent. They're either going to have to buy materials from overseas that have the tariff on them, as long as the tariff sticks around, or they're going to have to buy more expensive domestic alternatives, which is also, again, more expensive. And that mechanism is not just going to like go away all of a sudden. Maybe there are other mechanisms by which tariffs help manufacturing employment, but that is going to have a negative effect that maybe you can say potentially in the long term is outweighed by some other positive effect. But that mechanism I described is always going to kind of be negative, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. I just want to be clear. This is not the only evidence I have. I've cited historical evidence. In fact, historical evidence that I think is kind of even better because it uses more causal inference, right? Like, I think, the data we have so far in this is like consistent with my view and like broadly supports my view, and like at the very least shows that tariffs are not living up to Trump's claims or whatever. But I think the data we have historically, I think I cited like Lydia Cox's paper. You can look at, there's papers by Alberto Carvalho as well, and Justin Pierce, I think is or I think it might not be Justin Pierce. Fucking Pierce Flannan, I think is the paper I'm thinking of. Those all show probably the same thing of like Trump's steel tariffs negatively affected manufacturing employment in aggregate. And they have like causal inference mechanisms. I don't know if you know what causal inference even is, but you said all that is possible.
What point are you trying to make, dude? Like, I feel like I've already like addressed this.
I'm saying it, so
and you just keep like hammering the same thing over and over again
because you like refuse to understand any of this. So what
dude,
I'm saying is,
sure, bro. Like, I get what you're saying.
Usually you say sure, but then you just repeat your position, or you say that's possible, which is like not particularly meaningful. So the point I'm trying to get at, hold on, what do you think I'm trying to prove when I say like tariffs are having negative effects on downstream industries? What do you think my point is there? I'm just curious.
What you just
What do you think it is? So that is evidence. That is evidence in support of a point, right? There's a proposition I'm supporting, and I'm giving that as evidence. What is the proposition that like I'm supporting, or the premise? I think it's proposition.
Orange Man bad and his tariffs are bad because of these scientific authorities that you keep referring to.
So yep, that's true. That's what I did.
And you're suggesting these things are like dead in the water or a complete failure when they're relatively recent, and you're not even giving it a fair shot.
To this. Yeah, I'm not giving them a fair shot.
Okay, now you brought up all your historical data, but I just think we're in a completely different time and place in America.
Crazy.
I mean, we're really living through the times, man. So I think a lot of the historical data is just kind of worthless, but that's just my opinion. Again, I don't really think any of this is interesting. Maybe to you it is, because I know a lot of people on the left like to be clear
is if your claim is that tariffs are going to revitalize manufacturing or whatever, as Trump repeatedly reiterated, right? And that you also said that was one of your goals, is that, at the very least, the way Trump is going about it is far from optimal, in that putting tariffs on intermediate goods probably has a negative effect on overall manufacturing employment because companies have to pay more for their raw materials.
Yeah, it's possible.
But what do you mean by possible? Put a percentage on that being the case.
Dude, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think it's more likely than not that what I said was true?
I think it's possible. I mean,
you want me to put a number on it, dude?
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put a number on it.
Do you think it's more likely? I'm just asking, do you think it's more likely than not?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Do you recognize you saying it's possible is meaningless? Because, like, I don't know what you're trying to communicate by possible, because possible, I'm going to pull a Pisco, okay? Possible could mean mere possibility, right? I think it is possible that you're actually, like, I'm actually hallucinating right now and not actually talking to you, right? That's logically possible. I think it's possible that you're a bunch of rats in a suit of human skin that have somehow learned the ability to communicate very poorly. But I don't think that's more likely than not, right? I think there's a very low probability that is true. So you saying it's possible is meaningless to me.
It's not my problem that your debate me bro tactics makes you incapable of understanding a very simple response. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, you said what you said, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably true. That's possible. And like, that's not good enough for you. Like, you want to put me in a box, and you want to corner me.
It's not good enough for me
by making a definitive statement.
I'm not asking you to make a definitive. I'm asking you, what do you think is more likely than not? That's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, and I said probably. Like, well,
you did not say that until now, but okay, probably.
It's not my
so
fault
wait,
that
just
you're
to be
not
clear,
satisfied with the response.
You would agree it is more likely than not that tariffs placed on intermediate goods do not benefit manufacturing employment in aggregate.
I don't think it's entirely obvious at this point. You know, well, first off, there's obviously headaches involved, and there are financial detriments involved for certain parties with tariffs, but, you know, fuck it. I think it's totally fine the way that it's going, and I say to the president, full steam ahead. We need more tariffs, more aggressively, and never let up. I think it's just better that way, man.
What did you just say was probably true like 10 seconds ago?
That you might be correct that there might be some negative impacts on these manufacturers because of the tariffs on their raw materials needed to manufacture. But even then, I don't care. I don't care if it's...
Do you recognize, but just to be, how do you not care when you said one of the points of these was to bring manufacturing back? But I just demonstrated to you that at least the tariffs placed on intermediate goods are negatively affecting manufacturing.
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know how to respond to you right now.
Yeah, I can tell, buddy.
Well, dude, like I've already explained. Like, I don't care. Like,
what was the
how?
Okay, what was the question I just asked?
Dude, are you seriously want to do that all night, bro?
Yes.
Seriously?
Because you just told me you don't care. My question was, how can you not care when it contradicts your stated position earlier to not care?
Because I don't believe it's going to, dude.
You just told me it was probably true.
I don't, even if so, oh my god, dude. Man. Even if there is some immediate negative consequences as a result of the tariffs, I think in the long term it will be beneficial. That's just plain and simple.
Do you think that was like responsive to my question?
No, you're never going to be satisfied with anything that I say.
Yeah, that's true, buddy. You just almost straight up did not answer. So to be clear, I'm going to repeat the question: is why do you not care that there are some negative effects on downstream industries from putting tariffs on intermediate goods, when your stated position earlier was that the reason we need to do a ton of tariffs was because we needed to revitalize manufacturing? And I've demonstrated to you, you conceded that it is probably true that many of these tariffs at the very least are having a negative effect on manufacturing.
Because overall, I think it'll work. I think his plan will work.
Okay.
President Trump is right on the money, I think. And regardless of what the Supreme Court says or does, he's going to do what he thinks is right. And I agree with him. And he should continue to do it.
That's great.
And there isn't any... dude, like all the research and whatnot that you have access to, obviously the President Trump's government has access to that as well. And they're deciding to move forward ahead with the tariff surge, if you will. Wow. And I think that's the right thing to do.
Actually, first of all, there's actually quite a divide in Trump's cabinet between how far they should go with the tariffs. There's a reason Trump could only find a very few specific people to support him on that front. Peter Navarro. The entire reason we got that 90-day pause and Liberation Day tariffs was because Peter Navarro was gone on a foreign trip, and his other advisors had to convince Trump to do a 90-day pause. So even most of Trump's advisors don't want to go as far as he's gone. But I think
probably not going far enough.
That's not what anyone thinks. Not in Trump's cabinet.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, maybe Navarro. Well, maybe I don't know for sure. Maybe Navarro, but
I'm not convinced that's true.
Okay,
What ultimately matters is President
what's
Trump
true?
doing it. The claim that there's this friction between President Trump and his other cabinet members on this matter.
What would it take to
we can
demonstrate to you that
speculate all we want to, but it's probably meaningless because
what would it
again,
take
we
to
don't
demonstrate
work.
to you that it's true? Like, would reporting by like the Wall Street Journal demonstrate that to you at all? Or
I don't know. Depends what they're saying.
know?
Is it another unnamed source?
If they said that to, I don't know for certain whether the sources were anonymous or not, but
well, there you go. Well, it depends. My answer was
on whether the
depends.
sources are not. First of all, even if they aren't anonymous, I don't think you're going to actually take my. I don't think you're going to.
Well, let's just say like Howard Lutnick, you're like, well, he's against it, and he told Trump this, and that, and then of course, there's proof of it. I mean, that's one thing, but if it's like just another one of these anonymous sources, it's probably bullshit and meaningless.
True.
I mean, President Trump is another one of these figures where he's like one of the most lied about people in all of human history. And it's really hard to take a lot of this, my firsthand, my news sources seriously. It's like, like it's just bullshit, man. Like this is like how do I put this? The way that people like you and Pisco and Destiny debate, like you just have a fundamental misunderstanding about the world and how the future is going to play out, which is why nearly every single bread tuber got the 2024 election wrong. And it's pretty bad, man. Like it's concerning that this style of debate and argument is so prevalent. And it's largely why I don't like to do it, because a lot of it is kind of meaningless. Like you want to dive into the minutia of how these trade policies work or what's going to be negatively impacted or not, when we can be having a more fruitful discussion about, the philosophy as to what drives us to believe what we believe. Like that's way more interesting than to be like,
half this
look at this
conversation has
chart that I
been
made.
bogged down in meta shit about me trying to understand, me trying to like ask you to repeat my questions and trying to understand how the fuck your brain is working. Half the conversation has been that meta shit, bro. Like the philosophy of why we believe what we believe.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Again, like you kind of muddy things up a little bit.
Why don't you think so? What's the evidence?
You muddy things up a little bit, and I want to like steer it back towards again like ideas, because you're not really talking about ideas. You're just talking about these figures and these these so-called expert economist dudes, and again these people aren't reliable, man. Like they lie. Like almost every single one of them are liars, and they don't even understand how the economy
we literally
works.
started on this, and do you remember everything I said about that? You gave two examples from my memory of them, quote unquote, lying. The first was the changing the definition of recession under Biden or whatever. I demonstrated to you that's not really what happened, and also we didn't even under that definition, we did not have a recession because GDP was revised upward. And the second example you gave was the data revisions that the BLS does, and I told you exactly how and why they did those revisions.
Yeah, and even then, just because you understand how like those eggheads work and how they function, like it doesn't mean what they are publishing or producing is true. Like you just want to believe them because it's convenient for you.
You said they were lying. You said they were lying.
Yeah,
and your evidence for that was your evidence for that.
I'm willing to wager my life that they are liars, and that
your evidence for that. The evidence that you provided for that claim was the revisions. Correct. That was one of the points of evidence that you provided. Correct.
My intuition. That's my evidence.
You said that as well. You said that as well, but you said what another part of the evidence that you cited for them lying was the data revisions that the BLS does, correct?
Yeah, they're constantly revising it down.
Okay.
When they were drastically overinflated, and then they had to be drastically reduced.
And then I told you exactly how and why. I told you exactly how and why they did.
Am I imagining that they did that? Am I imagining?
So. How much? Here's an interesting question. How much do you think like Biden's job numbers were? Like, how much was the if I say benchmark revision, you're not gonna know.
I don't know it off the top of my head, dude.
How much was what's the big? Do you remember the big headline number that you guys like to cite for the negative revisions?
No, I don't know. Dude, I don't know why you keep saying you guys. Like I'm a part of like some subculture.
You're
of, like,
part of the
nagging
retard subculture. A lot of people, there actually
no,
are a
dude,
lot of
and
people
again,
who.
you guys can call
so-
me. You guys can call guys like me retards all you want,
That's
but
true.
dude, there are endless meltdown videos of people like yourself.
Yeah, I didn't consider that.
2024
Okay, so
elections
there actually are a
people
lot of
off.
people who like way overstate the amount of jobs that Biden, the negative revisions were. People still cite that negative like 818,000 preliminary benchmark revision because they
I'm
don't
gonna be
know
honest,
if-
I don't even remember the numbers, dude. I don't remember
that's
the
great
numbers.
because
I just
the
remember
final
economy was really,
benchmark
really
revision was like 500,000. So they did actually revise. They revised the preliminary benchmark revision up. So people they still cite that number though. I still see a lot of people citing that number. But regardless, my point was the evidence that you provided for the fact that these economists are liars or whatever was these revisions. So I demonstrated to you that the reason they do these revisions and have done these revisions since 1973, I believe, is because they want to release data that is both timely and accurate, and there's trade-offs between those. So the balance that they take is releasing their first estimate the next month, revising it with added survey data that they get later, the later 2 months, and then they use eventually the highest quality data we have is the tax data that is provided. They make a benchmark revision to their initial estimates, and then with the available tax data they have at that time, and then once all the tax data finally gets in, they make a final benchmark revision. So how is any of that conducive to lying? And by lying, I don't just mean making their best estimate in good faith that turns out to be wrong because they didn't have the most accurate data at the time that they made the estimate.
That at all. Everybody knows they didn't do that at all.
Do what?
Go through this elaborate good faith process that you're discussing. Look, it's cute that you know what that process is.
So what I was saying, the thing I was preempting
it doesn't
there.
matter, dude, because they're liars. And
True.
They made it up.
Hold on. It used to be the thing I was preempting there was that some people will say they were lying just because the initial estimate doesn't align with the final estimate. What I'm telling you is what I and what everyone else means by lying does not encompass a initial estimate not aligning with the final estimate, so long as the initial estimate was made with the best available data of the good methodology in good faith. You would agree that most people agree that does not encompass lying, right?
Dude, no, I don't agree with you.
Okay,
dude,
great.
look, you can believe them. Look,
so what's the evidence?
You can believe them. You can believe those figures.
What's the evidence they're lying?
You can
What's the evidence
recite
they're lying?
the process. It's kind of impressive, but again, it's meaningless to me because you obviously are going to go out and shill for Joe Biden.
True.
I don't shill for any politician.
I'm sure.
No, I really don't. I know for a fact.
You're so intelligent for not
it
shilling
is
for any politician.
self-evident that it was just a bullshit economy, man, and it was all lies. It was
What's
all
the evidence
bullshit.
for that?
Living in the real world, dealing with the consequences of this failing, capitalistic system.
What was
under
my
Joe
response
Biden.
to that last time?
You were defending it. You were being snarky about it.
What was my response? So you provided evidence for your claim, supposedly, that living in the real world refutes this data or whatever. What was my response?
No, just to you responded with telling me the process of this elaborate scheme.
That was when you brought up the revision specifically. But my evidence to your anecdote was saying it was an anecdote, and your experience is not going to be representative.
I think it is representative, man. A lot of people were hurting
Why?
economically. Do you just why? Because because the policy sucked. That's why.
What's
and
the
people,
that's not responsive to? Oh my God, you can say the policy sucked, and you think the policy sucked is what caused the bad economy, or whatever. But that's not what we're discussing right now. You'd also have to clarify what policy and everything, obviously. But what we're discussing is whether or not your anecdotal experience is enough to refute the data that I'm bringing up about the labor market figures, for example.
Yeah, you know what? I think it is enough.
Why?
Why not?
Because your experience is not going to be representative of the entire country. It's going to miss a lot of things that is more robust survey data, and we have other data too. Most of the employment data comes from surveys, but we have data just that we collect from people literally going out and looking at the prices of things, right? That's how CPI calculates some of their prices.
Sure.
Those are that data is has a larger sample size. It is more reliable, right? It's not as influenced by potential just cognitive biases that we all have. So I think those are the reasons why it's probably more reliable.
You don't think the stats you've been citing are chock full of biases?
So no, but also that's not really responsive to what I said, which is that data in this sense is not going to have the same cognitive biases that humans are susceptible to. So if you living in the real world, see a lot of people or it's conceivable that you could see the same amount of homeless people, but because we all have our own cognitive biases or whatever, you might notice the homeless people more when a president you don't like is in office, as opposed to when a president you do like is in office, right? Everyone is susceptible to those type of thought patterns that they don't even internal bias that they don't even realize. But a survey that just surveys how many homeless people there are is not going to be susceptible to that same type of bias.
Yeah, I have a fundamental distrust of a lot of the people who conduct those surveys and studies and whatnot.
But you have no good reason to.
I have plenty of good reason to, brother. I have plenty of good reason to. So now you're discounting
Yes, I'm discounting your. I am discounting your anecdote about being a good reason to distrust the data or whatever.
I think many of us have earned the right to be skeptical.
That's not responsive to what I said. What do you mean they've earned the right to? What?
Well, dude, why is everything I say confusing to you? I'm not speaking another language, bro.
It's not really that. Some of the things are confusing because they're so stupid. I don't understand how someone could believe them, or they're just almost incoherent. But I'm just upset that you are not capable of answering my questions, or even it doesn't even feel like you're comprehending stuff I've said.
No, I do. I just I'm not going to believe those figures in those studies and those stats.
You've repeated that multiple times. I understand that's your position, which you have repeated 100 times to me. I'm asking you why. The only evidence you provide is essentially that your anecdote or whatever about I think people have earned the right, or I think I have eyes. I see what's going on or whatever. You've repeated that a few times, but then I give you an argument for why your anecdote is A, not going to be representative of everything that's happening, and B, susceptible to your own internal biases that we all have.
Well, I never suggested
that the survey data is not necessarily going to have.
Yeah, I never suggested my anecdote is representative of everybody in the country. Now you're just misrepresenting. You're using
your anecdote to discount the data that we have on the entire country. And also, you literally...
Didn't you say that it wasn't the entire country, though?
By the way, you literally said that you think your experience in a sanctuary city is representative. You literally said that at one point.
Well, at least in regards to most sanctuary states or cities, I believe that is a fair assumption, yes.
That's not what you said. You said...
Well, my apologies for not expanding, I guess. So
I literally asked you, do you think it's representative of the whole country? And you said yes.
I'll concede to your point.
Great. So do we think that your experience is going to capture as many things, is going to be a representative sample of how the labor market is doing in the entire country?
Yeah, maybe. I'll go with a week, maybe. Yeah.
So what is you're gonna crash out again. I don't know what maybe means. Is maybe there's a 10% chance that what I'm saying is right? Is maybe there's a 90% chance that what I'm saying is right? Is it more or less than 50%?
I'll give you the 90, bro. I'll give you the 90%. How about that?
There's a 90% chance that your experience is not representative of the rest of the country. That's what you're telling me right now.
Sure.
Okay. I agree with that. There is a 90% chance that your experience is not representative of the entire country. Do you recognize then it is not, you cannot dismiss data about what's happening in the entire country based on your unrepresentative experience of the area around you?
Sure, why not?
I think you're not even listening to me at this point.
I am listening to you, dude, but we've done this already. Do you want to move on to a different topic? because we're just never going to agree. We're never going to agree on this. And I just can't see myself in a position to
It's
where
not even-
you can say something that's going to convince me to see it through your point of view.
Yeah, I can't say anything that convinces you because you don't have any way of analyzing evidence.
Well, to be honest, I don't have any evidence to examine, dude. I'm in an office. And I told you, like, I didn't
Okay,
come prepared.
maybe I shouldn't have used the word evidence there. I see why that could be confusing to someone with as low IQ as you. You don't have any way of analyzing the arguments that I am providing, or any, also any of the evidence that I've sent you. You don't have any way of, like, you don't.
Look, dude, you brought me a chart that you made, and again, it's very in favor of what you were saying.
But you can't even understand the
so
arguments
cool.
I'm making now, which, to be clear, like, when I provide these arguments, like, they are, in the technical sense, I think, evidence for certain things. They're not like hard data, but they are like evidence in the, like, philosophical sense. What I say, like, your experience is not going to be representative of the entire country. You don't even seem to be able to, like, comprehend that and then understand why in that context.
Dude, obviously an individual's experience is not going to be representative of everybody in the country. This is why people think you debate me bros are fucking
why do you think an
dorks,
individual's
dude.
experience, why do you think an individual's experience is sufficient to write off the data about how well the entire country is doing?
Because the people that you are citing, or the organizations that you cite, have reliably lied to the American public.
What's the evidence for that?
They are not true. They're just not, dude.
What's the evidence?
Go out into the real world.
What's the evidence? Do you see what you just did?
Yes, I understand, but, like, again, I'm trying to.
No. Tell me why. No, tell me why what you just did there was so ungodly retarded.
You tell me, dude. You're the one chimping out.
Then why'd you say you know what you did? Because you don't.
Dude, just get to the point.
To be clear, you made a claim. These agencies are all bullshit liars, okay? And then,
most part, yes.
And then I asked, what's the evidence for that? You said, the real world, my own experience, my anecdotal experience, okay? Then I said, that's not going to be representative. Do you understand why that's not representative? And you said, yes, Nonfon, you know what? I agree. One person's experience is not going to be representative, okay? And then you just repeated the claim that these people are all bullshit liars. And then, guess what? I said, what's the evidence?
Yeah, both those claims can be true,
guess what
dude.
You said? Guess what you said was the evidence? Guess what you said was the evidence? You said the real world again. You just went in a loop. You conceded that your point of evidence is bullshit and then cited the same point of evidence again within 5 seconds.
Brother, I'm not going to change my opinion as to why I don't trust those sources. Like, I'm trying to get us to move on so the chat is happy. And, like, you won't accept it, dude. You won't accept it that I'm not happy with that stuff. You won't accept the reason why I believe what I believe.
I don't even care about convincing you on this point, okay? I just want you to understand that you
Dude,
just,
I repeated
like,
myself because you asked me again. Like, you keep asking me the same questions, dude.
Because either your responses are just
no,
totally
you don't understand, dude. Like, you're not understanding because you're
either your responses to my questions are just totally non-responsive and, like, meaningless, or you did what you just did, which I'm just trying to get you to understand. What you just did was, like, just go in a loop where I made a claim, or sorry, you made a claim. I asked what's the evidence. I debunked the evidence, and you conceded that I debunked the evidence. And then you made the claim again and cited the same evidence that you just conceded was wrong 5 seconds earlier.
I don't believe that's correct, but dude,
okay.
I'm ready to move on from this.
Okay. Yeah. What do you want to talk about even?
You did mention, I think, USAID. So now that we're done with the tariff stuff,
you said,
AsmonGold. You made a comment about AsmonGold. What is your problem with AsmonGold's comment?
Okay, so
now I'm asking you for your personal feelings and beliefs. I think that's more interesting instead of you citing all this stuff, because that's not interesting. That's not who you are. I want to know who you are and what you believe, what you have right here in your heart and soul.
So
what do you mean that's great? I'm talking about your soul and you're dismissive about it.
True. Number one, I just want to, what's the, because your claim initially was you're against tariffs but are totally fine with trillions going towards Africa. Why? I think that's insinuating there's some contradiction between those two claims, and I just don't see how that could, why that's the case.
Well, the core argument from the, modern democratic left is that the tariffs are onerous financially on the citizenry. And that's bad, right? That's bad. That's your claim. The tariffs are costing us money, and that is bad. But supposedly, according to the administration, that tariff money is meant for the country. It's actually produced. It's meant for us in a roundabout way. Regardless, we're not going to get into whether that's true or not, but that's the core claim. USAID, on the other hand, it extracts money. Again, which is what you claim the tariffs are doing. It's just taking money out of our pocket. So USAID is taking money and it's throwing it away. It's throwing it away on these jackass endeavors. And
okay, do you think there's any contradiction between supporting like some type of tax that funds some type of program that you think is good, or versus supporting, a tax that you think is bad that does something that you also think is bad?
Yeah, I can see that there's a difference. I can see that there might be a difference.
There's obviously no contradiction between Democrats, and I don't even fully agree with Democrats on this. Democrats being in favor of a wealth tax, but Democrats being against tariffs because they think the effects of tariffs are bad in that they are regressive and harm economic efficiency, but the effects of wealth taxes are good because they are progressive and they might have some positive effect on our political system by getting rid of billionaires' wealth, and some of them think it's economically efficient at the very least. There's no contradiction there. That just comes down to a dispute over the how efficient these taxes are and what the effects of the programs that they're funding are.
No, I totally get that, and I just want to be clear. I don't want to misrepresent what you were trying to say because I know people can be kind of limited in their tweets. So you're probably right when we kind of break it down. There probably isn't an inherent contradiction between wanting to, I guess, prevent tariff taxation versus approving of taxation for USAID. So I can kind of see that. I think that's a little bit more fair. But I mean, we were kind of just, drive-by tweeting at each other. So that could probably be a misunderstanding on my part.
So what do you think, just for context for people, there was a clip of AsmonGold basically, he was watching the Don Mockler interview, and he said, basically, if a bunch of people die from USAID, that's good. Fuck them. Who cares? That's their problem, not mine. Someone tweeted out this clip. AsmonGold responded saying, correct. I don't want my money sent to Africa or any of the other PvP shitholes of the world. It is unethical through threat of force to take people's tax money and give it away to foreigners. Cheap emotional blackmail. And then I quote tweeted it and said, I quoted the at the beginning so people had context, cheap emotional blackmail. And I said, pointing out your position finds the deaths of millions of innocent people to be ethical is evidence against your position, actually. What do you think my point in making that tweet was?
Can you link me to the tweet? I need to read it. I need to see it in front of me.
Sure, I'll send it in general on my server.
Thanks. Okay. So what do I think you meant?
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a hint. I think there's a fundamental point that I laid out, and then I think there is a implied position. But technically, I don't think the second point is a necessary reading of it. But I think it's the most reasonable reading of it.
Wait, so are you suggesting that he thinks that's ethical for the deaths of innocent people to occur? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
He
man.
literally. So technically, it's not what, kind of. So
it's either yes or no. Bro.
He literally said, "Fuck him. Who cares? Not my problem." Do you think that implies that he thinks it's unethical to cut USAID? He literally said, "Good. We should have done that."
I don't think he is saying what you said that he claimed to have said.
Do we want to listen to what he said?
Yeah, let's go. Hold on. Let me hop back into Discord. Okay. Yeah, can you play the clip?
Yeah, let me start sharing the screen.
All right, I'm watching it.
So you would agree?
Yeah.
He's absolutely saying that USAID funding is, or it was ethical to cut USAID funding, and he even said we don't. And I just kind of
he didn't use the word ethical. He didn't use the word ethical. He's obviously indifferent to the suffering of the African people, and it's not even entirely obvious if it's the result of USAID. And I do largely agree.
He literally said, like, they were talking about USAID. He said, we should have cut it. It was good that we cut it. We don't have an obligation to keep these people alive.
Well, the United States doesn't. The United States government doesn't have an obligation.
I'm just trying to get you to understand what he said does imply, or does like literally mean what I said, which is that his position is that it is ethical to, if you don't want to say cut, to bring about the death of millions of innocent people.
No, I don't agree with your framing at all, because that's, I mean, you're mind reading, and you're not being charitable.
How am I mind reading? He said, "Fuck him, who
Because
cares?"
you're implying that he said it's ethical to allow this thing to happen. That's not what he was saying at all. Like,
what the fuck was he saying?
The video's right there. It's not our problem. That's what he was, dude. He said what he said.
Not our problem. What sense do you think he means? Not our problem in not a moral or ethical sense.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Do you think he means, in what other sense other than a moral and or ethical sense could he mean it's not our problem?
It could even be in a technical sense. That's not the function of the United States government.
What the fuck does that mean? Technical sense how?
Well, he didn't say ethical either. I mean, I think my interpretation.
He didn't say ethical, but what I take from him saying we should have done it is that we ought to have done it. Like it was a good thing to have done it. What I take from him saying we don't have an obligation to keep these people alive is not we don't have a legal obligation to, because especially in the context of him saying fuck them, who cares? What I take from that is that he doesn't think we have any moral obligation to do anything in that respect. He's like he doesn't value their well-being essentially at all.
Yeah, it's pretty self-evident that he doesn't really care for the African people. That's probably true.
And then to be clear, like in the tweet, in his reply, he said it is unethical to, through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. That is him saying it is unethical to spend tax money on foreigners.
Well, I mean, it's more the threat of force against us. You're more than welcome to donate your money to the cause of
that's crazy.
African starvation or whatever. But
do you agree,
what the government is doing is unethical.
Do you agree, AsmonGold is saying it is unethical? He's saying, one, that it was ethical to cut USAID. In fact, presumably under his view, it's like some obligation. We ought to have done it. We should have done it. And that, two, this means that his position finds I don't want to say, I know people take objection to the word cause. I think the word cause is fine here, but to in some way bring about the deaths of millions of innocent people.
I don't think he would wish for that or want something like that.
What does we should have done it mean? And what does fuck 'em who cares mean?
Well, dude, it means that we should have prevented the U.S. government from stealing money from the American electorate and then funneling it to these little pet projects of the Democratic Party. I think that's the I think that's what he was trying to say.
Was
you're making it seem like
talking about the pet projects of the Democratic Party? Like what do you think he was talking about? Money specifically that like saves lives. He was not making any allegation that like people make allegations that like, oh, USAID was like funding all these like fucking NGOs that all supported Democrats. AsmonGold did not make any of those allegations in the clip or in the reply that he made, correct? He was just saying it is unethical to spend tax money on foreigners.
Well, it's not just that. It's that the government via violent force.
Oh my god! That's the question of whether tax money itself is ethical, right? And like I think that the fundamental point that we're going to disagree on is I think that depends on like a theory of what people are entitled to that I don't think is fair, but or I don't think is like valid. Well, it's valid. It's not sound. I don't think it's sound. But and we can have that conversation if you really want to. But what AsmonGold is saying is that it finds, and to be clear, so I don't want to reveal the point of my tweet exactly because I want to see if you have enough comprehension skills to guess it. This is AsmonGold's position that he's laying out, right? It is unethical to use tax money to save a bunch of foreigners' lives. You agree that is what AsmonGold said?
No.
Okay.
He
Wow,
said
how
it's
did he not say
unethical
that?
through the threat of force, which is literally what
Oh my
that type of
God.
taxation is. Well,
If
you're
you
trying to
agree
dress it up,
if you agree
dude.
that's what taxation is, then why does it matter if I say through threat of force? Again, I think that I don't like the threat of force thing. I think it depends on like a deeper theory of entitlement. So like it's weird. Like the issue there is deeper, whatever. But here, you know what? It doesn't matter. AsmonGold said you agree that it's unethical to, through threat of force, use tax money to give it away to foreigners.
Yeah.
You would agree that an entailment of that position is that the deaths of millions of innocent people are morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory.
Damn. I don't know how to answer that.
How do you not know how to answer that? You agree,
Like,
AsmonGold said he doesn't care, right?
Are you trying to insinuate that he wants that to happen?
I not necessarily. I don't want to. I'm not trying to insinuate that. I think, like, okay. What do you mean by want to happen? I don't think, like, AsmonGold wants to or like that is necessarily the desired effect itself is necessarily the deaths of innocent people. I think the desired effect is to stop, or like I think he doesn't value their like well-being at all, essentially. So it's weird to say like that he thinks we should have cut USAID. He said he thinks it's good and it is unethical to use to do USAID. So I think it is an entailment from that position that it is morally acceptable, if not obligatory, to. In fact, I would say under his view it's obligatory, considering he said it's unethical to, through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it to foreigners. So not only would it be acceptable to cut USAID, but I think he finds it obligatory to have done so. Further evidence by the fact that we should have done it. That is an entailment to that position is millions of innocent people's deaths are acceptable, if not obligatory. Innocent people's deaths comes before any cuts.
Well, I mean, sometimes inaction of that sort will result in a negative consequence.
I'm just asking you to, sure, I'm just asking, you agree that that is an entailment to AsmonGold's position?
Well, no, well, dude, like, am I not allowed to like elaborate and explain stuff? Like, you want to like.
What you said was not responsible. What you said was moving. I'm asking you about AsmonGold's position, right? So you agree that is an entailment of his position?
I'm not. I don't like the way you're characterizing it, man, because it's not very charitable and fair to him, and you're not thinking about it. You know, you're looking at the words, and you're doing the debate me bro thing, and like you don't want to like expand on it and like really think about what is being said, and even like read between the lines, bro. Like you don't want to do any of that.
There's
like,
no reading between the lines necessary because he said everything I need him to.
No, dude.
It's obviously an entailment from his position. It's evidenced by the fact that he said it's unethical to do, and he said that he said fuck him, who cares, with regards to the people who would die because of the USAID cuts. That he finds the deaths of these people from foreign aid cuts to be morally, ethically like acceptable, if not obligatory. That's obviously true. I don't see why anyone can disagree with that.
Dude, like, so you, based on what he said, you genuinely believe he is saying or implying in some roundabout way that the deaths of these individuals is obligatory, is ethical? You're saying you're suggesting that based on what he said in that tweet, you're assuming that his statement reads as,
what am I assuming?
The deaths are ethical. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
He's at the very best finds it to be morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory. So what I take from him saying it is unethical to is that it is not ethical to do this thing. This thing that he is describing is through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. That is to him describing what his view, at least, of what USAID did. And in the video, he said, "Fuck him, who cares?" with regards to the people who would die. And he said, we should have done it, as in we should have cut USAID. What I think really any of those would be like sufficient. But what I take those three together, especially to mean, is that there's some, it is unethical, it is immoral to do what USAID was doing in that using tax money to give it to foreigners to save lives.
Yeah, that's 100% fair and true. I agree with that part.
Okay, so you agree
it's the interpretation of the latter part, which is what to me it sounds like you're trying to insinuate that he's basically saying it is ethical that these people are dying or that they're going to die.
That is like literally, again, he finds it at the very least morally acceptable, if not morally obligatory. I don't know how else to read. It is unethical to threat of force, take people's tax money, and then give it away to foreigners. And I don't know how else to read or how else to interpret. We should have done it with regards to Mockler saying, the USAID cuts happened. Like,
do you agree or disagree with what AsmonGold said?
I disagree, but I just want to focus on, you agree an entailment of his claim is that these deaths of these millions of innocent people from the foreign aid cuts is acceptable, if not obligatory.
Not the acceptable part, no.
Then the obligatory part, that's worse, but okay, I'll take it, buddy.
Okay. Then if it's worse, you wouldn't have needed to...
What I said here, so I quoted AsmonGold saying, cheap emotional blackmail. And I said, pointing out that your position finds the deaths of millions of innocent people to be ethical is evidence against your position exactly. So there's a fundamental point here, and there's a implied point. So the fundamental point is that I think it is very silly to dismiss something as cheap emotional blackmail when really what you're saying is, I don't my position has a crazy unintuitive, his ethical position has a crazy unintuitive, a conclusion to it, entailment from it, which is that it was good to kill all these people. And I think that is I don't want to say kill again because that loads it. But I mean, I do think it was killing, but I understand why people might not. So his view has this entailment. Most people find that entailment to be pretty disgusting, right? That is something people do not support. Most people do not support the USAID cuts. Most people find that to be pretty unintuitive. I think that is evidence against his position. This is me essentially saying a very obvious point that a reductio ad absurdum is a valid way to test and argue about philosophical views and ethical views. That's the fundamental point that I spelled out. I think the implied point is that his position here is wrong.
Fair enough. But I disagree that the majority of people want USAID. I think most people were very much in favor of DOGE cuts. The best pollsters in the country, the very few that were able to predict the election, unlike everybody else, made it very clear that DOGE is very popular. DOGE policies or DOGE cuts are more popular than President Trump and Elon Musk themselves. Richard Barris stated otherwise with his polling firm, and so did Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen. USAID is not popular. And so I'm going to be honest.
I don't know. I don't know about DOGE in particular, but I do know that the majority of Americans did not, if you poll them, do not support the actual cuts to USAID. I can find the poll for that, but I don't know how well it. I don't know how well DOGE polled.
Well, DOGE cuts is USAID. USAID was cut because of DOGE.
I agree. Do you think that people might have a positive opinion on an agency, but still be able to have a negative opinion on one of the actions the agency took?
I don't think most people really understood the nature of USAID. And again, it's been gone for a very long time. Everything is fine and awesome and working exactly as it should. To be clear,
by everything is fine and awesome, you mean probably roughly 500 children have died from it so far, at least.
Well, I don't even know if that's true. Again, that could be emotional blackmail. And again, dude,
True.
There are a lot of really horrible things going on in the world. And
this was a horrible thing that this was a really horrible thing that DOGE did, right? This is a pretty horrible thing that Trump brought about and that DOGE brought about.
If that is to be believed. But dude, what's even worse is the working class in the productive class being gutted, being robbed blind, and having this money extracted from their wallets, from their bank accounts, and given to these other foreign countries.
Do you think it'd be worth? Do you think?
Again, you're a Democrat. You were probably screaming, my democracy. Democracy dies in dark, all that shit. The people did not vote for USAID. The people did not consent to this at all. Nobody wanted this. Nobody asked for any
Congress. So like.
Well, no, dude, if any congressperson or U.S. senator or even a U.S. president candidate were to say, here's my proposal for how the government should function, I want to take your money and give it to people in Africa or in the Middle East or some other fucking country, everybody would say, fuck no, that is retarded. Full stop. It is a losing issue.
I just want you can see
it is such a losing issue. I can't remember the last time anybody
true.
ran on doing something like that. Can you name me a time somebody ran on such a policy? Because I can't think of a single one.
I don't know if Bush might have ran on PEPFAR before he was president, but he might have only done it or supported after he was president. I don't know for sure, but I just want to be okay. I just want to be clear that USAID was made in a bill, or like codified officially in a bill. It was technically an executive agency before, like internal to another agency, in a bill that passed through Congress, right?
I don't recall the exact history of it, but regardless, like
okay, could I demonstrate? What do you mean? That's as much consent as the people get on with regards to almost every bill as it is passed through Congress.
Are you sure that USAID was passed through Congress? Here, you know what?
So it was initially, I think, by like JFK, an agency just within the like executive branch that was like internal to some other agency, but there was a bill that went through Congress that made it like a official permanent agency.
Yeah, so it seems to have only been codified until fairly recently by President Clinton.
You agree there was a bill passed through Congress that codified the existence of USAID as an organization that gets appropriations every year?
Yeah, sure.
And that Congress has the discretion, to be clear, to change what programs USAID can do and change how much they get to do those programs?
Sure. And it was the right thing to do to get rid of it.
Okay, not relevant to what I just said. So you agree that the American people consented to USAID as much as they consent to most other bills and agencies?
Oh, did the people vote on it? No, the people didn't consent to it. We didn't vote for that.
So did I say that they voted on it, or did I say they consented to it in the same way that they consent to other similar programs and agencies being created, which is that the bill passes through Congress and it's approved by the president?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't believe.
How do you not agree with that? You agree it was made in a bill that passed through Congress, right?
Yeah.
And you agree that every year
it
they also
seems like it was a self-serving
type
of bill, kind of like the omnibus bills pass, or they're kind of self-serving for the millionaires and billionaires that like to rip off American people reliably. Dude, like there's nothing good about USAID. Like, there's literally nothing good about it.
Do you agree that it saved probably roughly 20 million lives in, like, I think since 2000, and then, like, probably roughly somewhere between, like, 3 and 14 million, depending on which estimate you look at, people are going to die, like, over the next 10 years from...
Yeah, that's emotional blackmail. And to the detriment of the American people, I'm not interested in seeing
how's that emotional blackmail?
Well, it's like, oh, well, look at these people dying. Look at all this suffering that's happening all around the world. If we don't take money from you...
Do you think that if an ethical view entails that it's going to a position that most people find really unintuitive, and that it is something that causes a lot of suffering, that is maybe not sufficient, but evidence against that view?
Rephrase that for me.
Okay. Do you think if a view is susceptible to a reductio, do you know what a reductio is?
Yeah, I think so. It's like reductive reasoning and shit.
God. No. A reductio.
Well, what the fuck do you mean? Speak normal.
I mean a reductio ad absurdum, which is a entailment from a position that is absurd. That's why it's like Latin or Greek for reduced to absurdity. So in philosophical arguments, a lot of times what people do is they use counterexamples and reductios to try to argue about certain views. So just as an example, like utilitarianism is susceptible to like the organ harvesting reductio, where people say, you know, if you are a utilitarian, then you must agree that it would be ethical for a doctor to kill one person to save 5 other people. That is a reductio to utilitarianism. Many people do not have the intuition that that would be acceptable to do, so it is tough for the utilitarian to defend that the utilitarian view there, because it's unintuitive conclusion, right? That is evidence against utilitarianism. I don't think it's sufficient by any means, but similarly, I think if you hold the view that like it's just fundamentally unethical to take tax money and give it to foreigners, if that view entails all this suffering that you're talking about, you can't just dismiss that as cheap emotional blackmail. No, that is good evidence against your view that it causes a lot of horrible things to happen.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But also, on the other hand, it really isn't the problem of the American working class. And it's not their prerogative to be, you know, stripped
How much
of their
money do you think is spent on like foreign aid every year? And how much money do you think is the USAID specifically?
Shit, I don't remember at the top of my head. It was
Okay,
a lot. It was in the billions.
It was in the billions, but just to put this in context, okay? In 2024, it was 0.3% of federal government spending. All foreign aid in 2024 was 1.2% of federal spending. So
yeah, it's still way too much. That's still way too much.
Do you think it would be worth spending like 0.3% of the budget to prevent the Holocaust? Like, let's say hypothetically, we were in World War II and we could spend money, 0.3% of our budget to prevent the Holocaust from happening. And just suppose it would not really give us any military advantage, right? We're just doing this to save the Jewish people from dying in the Holocaust. Do you think it probably would have been good to do?
If I was president in the 1940s, if I was Roosevelt, I would not send any Americans to die in a foreign war.
Okay. I don't find that responsive to my question. Do you think that answered my question?
I don't think it's a fair question, man. That's Godwin's rule, bro.
So you agree it didn't answer my question. You agree it didn't answer my question.
I'm gonna have to refuse to answer that question. I don't think that's a fair question.
Okay, great,
but my view on these world wars is that they were a fool's errand.
I'm not asking about the world wars. I'm asking. Oh my God!
Well, come on, man. Come on. Can we just read between the lines and like, dude, what you're talking about is World War II era stuff. I'm a non-interventionalist. I don't think any of that was useful. I don't think any of that was good.
I'm not asking about anything that did happen.
Like
I'm not asking about anything that did happen. I'm not asking your view about anything that did happen, okay? I'm asking, in this hypothetical where, you know, you have the option to prevent the Holocaust from happening, or at least save a large number of people from the Holocaust for 0.3% of our spending. I think like 0.7% of our total GDP was USAID. That would have been maybe not an obligation even. Maybe it wasn't a moral obligation, okay? But just like a good thing to do.
Yeah, I would think it would be a good thing to do to prevent ethnic cleansing of innocent people, like the Jewish people.
Do you also think that we have an obligation not to just kill people in foreign countries for essentially no reason?
Say that one more time.
Do you think that we have a like negative obligation to not kill people in foreign countries?
What do you mean negative obligation?
I mean, not a so what I mean is like a positive obligation would be like me kind of going out of my way to like do something. Like I'm obligated to feed my baby, right? I'm obligated to go out of my way to like feed my baby. A negative obligation is just like what I ought not do to someone, right? I ought not punch someone in the face. That's like a negative obligation. I don't kind of have to go out of my way to do that. It's just a result from inaction. I have an obligation to not do inaction. So like, do you think we kind of do we have an obligation to not kill people in Africa for essentially no reason?
Yeah, it's good for the government not to harm people in Africa. Yeah, I agree with that.
Good for the government? Is that the only thing that matters? What do you mean by good for the
I'm
government?
not saying it's good. No. I'm just saying it's a good idea, or it's good that the government doesn't cause harm to people deliberately.
Okay.
Through action.
So, I agree. What those two positions tell me is that, one, you don't agree with AsmonGold because you think that the utility people overseas, that, it does matter. Their well-being does matter to some extent. You are willing to spend money to prevent the people from dying in the Holocaust, and you also hold that we have some obligation to not kill people, right? So clearly, these people's well-being matters at least somewhat, and especially with the Holocaust example, I think your view is telling me that you think it is worth spending some amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering. Relatively low amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering. I think this is exactly what USAID did. It is spending a small amount of our money to save millions of people every year, and that is a good thing to do.
Well, if that was happening, sure. Most people are not convinced.
Wait,
that the
so if I can demonstrate to you that was happening, would you concede that it was bad to cut USAID?
Hold that thought.
Okay.
The thing with USAID is that. So first off, the Holocaust and what's happening in Africa are completely different. Not even the apples.
That's
and oranges.
why I said analogous.
We're gonna shelve. We're gonna shelve the Holocaust stuff now. Okay.
Wait, what do you think I was trying to prove? What do you think? What was the principle? I literally told you the principle that I think that point proves.
I get it.
Can you repeat me the principle that I think that the view you expressed is telling me?
That I find the lives of these people somewhat valuable.
That is one thing,
That's
yeah.
essentially what you were. Yeah. So again,
what was the other thing?
We're not going to backtrack. We're not going to backtrack, dude.
Yes, we are going to backtrack because you just said it was completely not analogous or whatever. When I used it, first of all, I do think it's at least somewhat analogous. Second of all, my point was, just to repeat it for you, because I guess you just forgot or whatever, is that I think that is you telling me that at least in some cases you find it acceptable to use tax dollars to save the lives of foreigners, at least in some cases.
Yeah, but like ethnic cleansing of Jewish people is very different than African people being uncomfortable or whatever the hell is going on. What
is bad about ethnic cleansing?
Are you fucking serious?
I want you to.
Are you seriously
demonstrate to me why
question?
It's bad? Yeah, because I think your answer is going to. I don't want to tell you because I think you're too stupid to give me an answer. But
wow, that I didn't think. You've been insulted. I didn't feel insulted at all. Throughout our entire talk.
What do you think are the bad things about ethnic cleansing?
I'm not going to answer that question because it's fucking retarded. Like, dude, dude, you debate me bros are fucking insufferable. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, you're seriously going to ask me that? You're going to ask me that question?
That's how you're not answering the question. And
well, first off, I did answer it. It's self-evident, but like
self-evident
behind the snark and the fucking this goofy attitude this front that you put up, the irony shit that you do, behind it.
That's true. I think ethnic cleansing is very bad because it usually causes a lot of suffering. Now, I also think that's it's reasonable.
Dude. Is that really worth repeating? Is that really worth stating? Like, I believe that you believe ethnic cleansing is terrible. I would never ask you something so fucking stupid.
So what I think that should. So what you just told me, correct me if I'm wrong, is you think that it is self-evident that suffering is bad. Generally.
No, I meant ethnic cleansing. I'm talking about ethnic cleansing.
Okay, and suffering. I asked why was it bad. You refused to answer, and I said it is usually bad because it causes a lot of suffering. I also think
because killing people is bad, dude. That's why. I don't understand why it's so fucking hard for you to understand.
If ethnic cleansing it only let people die, would it be good then? If it only tortured people, would it be if it just castrated people, would ethnic cleansing be good? Or at least not bad.
No, there's no circumstance.
So it's not only bad because it kills people, right? There's a deeper fundamental thing there that's bad.
Yeah, that goes without saying, sure.
And I think that thing is suffering.
I don't understand why
I think there might also be. I'm of the opinion that suffering is kind of the only thing that intrinsically matters. I think it's also not totally unreasonable to say that maybe relationships intrinsically matter, maybe some amount of culture or something intrinsically matters morally. So maybe ethnic cleansing is also bad because it affects those things as well. I think that's not unreasonable to say, even though I think at bottom, what matters, like intrinsically, is suffering. But so I think you seem to agree that the thing that makes this stuff bad is it causes suffering, and maybe some other cultural elements or whatever as well that I mentioned. I think that is evidence that suffering that happens as a result of foreign aid cuts is also bad. And it is worth spending some money to prevent large amounts of suffering, just as it would be worth spending some amount of money to prevent large amounts of suffering in a Holocaust. His internet's crapping out, I don't know. Running, can't answer. I might, I think it's his problem because the stream seems to be fine, but I'm going to control R.
You know, it's kind of lame. All right, there you go. Are you back?
Oh, what's up? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, your internet.
Either
cut
my
out,
or your Wi-Fi is crapped out, so
I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm hardwired connected.
Well, I'm on Ethernet too, but I think you could interpret the point I was saying. But all right, repeat what you were saying. I didn't really hear any of it. It was sounded very robotic.
Where we left off at. You were repeating why you think ethnic cleansing is bad, which is kind of silly. You don't have to, because I think it's kind of obvious why ethnic cleansing is a bad thing. So I don't understand why you're getting caught up in like this like silly shit when
silly shit.
So
to be clear, as I repeat myself, I like to have time. I think it is bad because it causes lots of suffering. I think potentially it's bad because there are other things that matter too, like culture and relationships and stuff that would also be harmed by ethnic cleansing, right? And I think the fact that the ethnic cleansing in other countries is bad, you know, and we should use some money to prevent it if we can, is evidence that, you know, it's also evidence that like suffering is bad, and we should use small amounts of money to prevent large amounts of suffering as well. I think that is evidence for that position, and USAID I think does that as well.
Yeah. No, I'm not really concerned with, again, like if there was like another, you know, Jewish type Holocaust. And by the way, there was one in South Africa where the innocent Afrikaners were being, you know, genocided, and the prevailing political party was literally calling for the deaths of the Afrikaners, and that was a horrible thing. And I'm obviously against that sort of violence, and I think it was worth helping them. But just willy-nilly giving money to random African nations just seems very silly to me. It seems very wasteful, especially like to your point, suffering equal bad, right? So there's a lot of Americans that are suffering gravely, and they have been forgotten by the prevailing political parties. They've been forgotten by the legacy media, the lying press. And it's more important that those individuals receive all the attention of the federal government and its resources versus these Africans or Middle Eastern people, or these foreigners, right, in these foreign countries. Granted, there's extreme situations like the Afrikaners dealing with ethnic cleansing in South Africa. I think that's important to save those people, and we should open them with big ol' arms, with our arms wide open. Who just joined us? What's up, Lucas? Holly?
Yeah, so I have one question. Is eugenics
What's up, bro?
bad? Explain why. Please why.
Is eugenics bad?
Yeah, like a basic moral reason.
I don't have an opinion about eugenics. I don't really like to talk about eugenics. Usually like the weird side of the internet really gets into that kind of stuff. I just believe in treating people with love and respect.
Oh my god.
And I mean, yeah, I think that's really about it, man. Like I don't know, what do you want me to say?
Okay,
Like,
so let's say it's hypothetical. So let's say we can increase the average IQ by doing eugenics, right? We can boost IQ, right? Should we do eugenics? Just like you're a policymaker, for example. Should we do it?
No, I don't like the idea of the government meddling in the affairs of regular people in that way. Especially again, like I'm a libertine, so I don't really believe in, you know, trying to force that type of thing onto people. And like I look, I've heard the crazy stuff from eugenicists before, and like I heard their claims, like they talk about the bell curve and whatnot, and I'm just like, look, even if what they're saying is true, and again, I don't know, I don't talk about that stuff. Even if it was true, it's like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do to these people that you think are intellectually inferior? Like, what do you want to harm them or something? You want to kick them out of the country? Like, I don't really know. I think that those types of conversations, they drift into very scary. It drifts into very scary territory, and it's not something I think about, to be honest, and it's not something I would even want to opine on openly.
Okay, so you don't like a solid moral reason, right? Like the standard reason why eugenics is bad because eugenics causes suffering, right? Like eugenics violates autonomy or something like that, right?
I don't know.
It might. I don't
Didn't you
know.
hear him say he wants to treat people with love and respect? Is that not a sound, fundamental moral reason? What do you mean?
Well, you do not believe I believe that, or what?
I think you believe that. I think that's a horrible answer to like what is the fundamental reason eugenics is bad. In fact, I don't think that's really
Well,
an answer.
I don't think I said it's bad.
Oh, sorry, you said you don't
like
have an opinion, but you didn't
yeah,
provide
like look, if an individual wants to have wants to have children with certain traits, if that's something they personally want to seek out, I say knock yourself out, do whatever you think is best for your life.
Wow.
But from a policy standpoint, or just to make disparaging remarks against like an entire group of people, that's just not something I'm comfortable doing, and that's not something I'd want to do anyways.
Is that I don't know
Anything
exactly
else,
where you
Lucas?
want where Lucas is trying to go with it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what point he's trying
you
to.
can go on. You can go on. I just wanted to see if you had like a fundamental moral reason you'd apply to eugenics too, because I think it's a bit less obvious than ethnic cleansing, where like your moral reasoning would come from.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I don't think he thought about this very much.
Especially if it's like what you call like new eugenics, like you're doing like CRISPR or something that's less intensive. But yeah.
Well, the type of stuff that we talked about tonight was the horrific incident over in World War II, and obviously what's happening in South Africa. If somebody who knows more about it wants to make the case that it's like about race or whatever, maybe it is. There's obviously animus towards the Jewish people, and we're seeing that more today than ever before. And there's obviously a lot of animus against the Afrikaners. I mean, is this a genetic
sure.
thing? I don't want to make that case, but it's obviously a racial thing. So I mean, I'll leave that up to the audience if they want to, feel that way. But
okay, I'm just curious. Real quick. Okay, so let's compare like African children and like Afrikaners, right? Which do you think dies at a higher rate in the current moment? So, let's say like children in the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, versus Afrikaners. Which do you think?
probably the Dominicans, or what were you say the
I don't know how
Democratic
much more this
the
Jews going
Congo.
to tolerate, but we'll see.
So what's like the core harm in South Africa that you think is more important than what's going on like the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example?
Well, because it seems like a self-inflicted civil war, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe that the president addressed that conflict with the leaders of the region, and it's largely tamped down. So you can correct for the problems that are going on in that part of the world without extracting massive amounts of wealth from the American public. As opposed to the Afrikaners, there's nowhere that they can go. They can't go anywhere in Africa and be safe. They're going to be hunted down and killed. So bringing them to the United States and helping these people makes a lot of sense to me.
By the way, just out of curiosity, who do you think is currently in government in South Africa? Do you think that there is like a party which represents like generally represents white people in South Africa? Do you think they're in government? Just curious.
I don't believe that there's really any white people in government in South Africa. I think those people have been expelled.
So do you know what the Democratic Alliance is in South Africa? I'm just very curious. Do you know who like John Steelheason is? That's
who?
You can look them up. It's currently like one of the most powerful people in South African government is white. Pretty sure he's actually Afrikaner. Do you know that?
Who is this individual?
Okay. I can send them in chat if you want.
Yeah, send it in chat. I want to see this. Even if what you're saying is true, there's still ethnic or racial violence aimed directly at at the minority group in this country. So I mean, you can. Did you post it in general chat?
Yeah,
Okay,
plus
yeah,
the
you
general
did.
chat look, right?
Yeah, so this doesn't necessarily dispute, you know, the core claim that these people are being targeted for political purposes, or that they're being targeted with political violence for racial reasons.
Yeah, but that's great. But like, I'm trying to get like, what's the core moral reason these people are more important? You know, like what is the core reason they're more important? And let's say like, you know, like the other causes we could spend our marginal dollar on, for example, right?
Yeah, again, like I'm not trying to suggest
Wait,
that
real
the
quick. What does the word marginal mean in this context, at least?
What do you mean?
You mean me
He just
or-
used the word marginal dollar. What does he mean by like marginal in that context?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Lucas?
Oh my god.
Like if you're gonna spend like another dollar, like what would be like the best use of it, for example?
Well, it going on U.S. citizenry over foreigners, that's for sure.
I mean,
But
I'm like comparing South Africans, right? Because you think South Africans are like the Afrikaner are being oppressed, and we should help them, right?
yes,
So
yeah, because
okay,
of the ethnic cleansing thing that I mentioned earlier, which is obviously happening.
okay, then I think I've tried to demonstrate, right, that this supposed ethnic cleansing is causing less harm than things going on in the rest of Africa, right? The death rates are lower. The Afrikaner actually generally live pretty good lives in South Africa. They have higher incomes than native South Africans, right? Do you agree with that?
Even if
Or no?
even if that's true, dude, they're still being targeted with horrific violence, like the worst kind of violence imaginable, the kind of stuff that went on in World War II. Like it's like, again, dude, they're on video,
Would you
literally
like?
calling for
Would
these
you really?
people's
Would you
death.
rather be an Afrikaner, or would you rather be like a mother in Kenya who doesn't have food for her child and like has?
Okay, and also,
like-
and also to be clear here, he's the person he's citing for like to be killed is not in government. That is Julius Malema. He's not in government, and he's nowhere near government. Actually, I should say.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if he's in government or not. The government is helping to facilitate horrific political violence against white individuals in South Africa.
Okay, but your example was Julius Malema, who's not in government. Do you have another example?
Well, I didn't say Julius Malema at all.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
no,
I didn't utter that at
well,
all.
okay. Well, to be clear, I know more about South African politics than you do, and I know who you're referring to. That's why I said his name.
Yeah, but I didn't. You just assumed that I said it, and I didn't.
Well, yes, but that's because that's the person who was newsworthy for saying those comments.
Yeah, and that worldview appears to have been fully endorsed by the South African government. And if it wasn't, we wouldn't be seeing all this horrific violence against the South Afrikaners.
Great, and,
Like
I asked you for another example.
What other example do you need, man? And by the way, I wanted to address another thing that you said earlier. I'm not saying one life is more valuable than the other. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. In any way, shape, or form. I'm just merely stating the fact that like situations are different. Like preventing ethnic cleansing or stopping it is like a good thing. But needlessly giving money out to people for whatever reason with very little oversight is just insane to me and irresponsible. That's also a point of view that is held by the American electorate. The majority of people do not like USAID, and they absolutely love the DOGE cuts. And I agree with the DOGE cuts. I don't even think they went far enough. That's my problem with them. But again, the violence against these people it's obvious. I didn't mention a specific name.
Great, but
So
great,
I
but
don't know.
you
I don't
mentioned
know
an
what else you
event,
want from
and
me.
that event is your sole example of the violence. So I would hope that you'd have other events if this is a strongly held viewpoint, which it seems to be.
What do you mean another example? An example of what? What example do you want?
Like an example of like violence against Afrikaner, right? That is your claim, is that there's ethnic cleansing, right? There's ethnic cleansing. We should have plenty of examples of violence, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Well, Jared Taylor goes in great detail about a lot of the horrific violence that the South Afrikaners endure. Lauren Southern did a really decent documentary about it that was actually shouted out by President Trump. The Anderson Cooper of CNN, I don't know if he still works there or not, doesn't matter, but he interviewed one of the farmers who ended up erecting the little crosses on the side of the road that represented a Afrikaner that was ruthlessly murdered for political purposes, for racial grievances, for financial grievances, of whatever. I do believe that the South African government kind of tilts towards like this weird African communist nonsense. So there's a lot of animus towards the African farmer, and they blame a lot of the problems on these people. Hence why they are targeting them with violence, and there's very little being done to prevent it or curtail it in any meaningful way. The president of South Africa, sitting next to the president, was in denial that these things were happening. He was in denial that a prevailing political party was calling for the deaths of these people. It's happening. I don't have the names of individuals that were killed or anything like that. We're just speaking. If you want, I can look it up, but do you dispute that these people are enduring horrific violence for political purpose or racial purposes?
Okay. I totally do dispute that because, the South Africa has a rule of law, constitution, ethnic cleansing is not happening. If it was happening, we'd see far more news about it. We'd see, thousands of people dying. In fact, that does not happen. There are racial tensions in South Africa. However, these are not on a government level, right? People are occasionally killed, just as people are killed in many countries in the world, right? And you have not given sufficient evidence, and you've shown that you do not know anything about South Africa, given your citing of a Malema speech, right? So I think this is pretty much done.
Oh, no, it's not done. And by the way, your point of view is not one held by the United States government that is admitting these Afrikaners into the U.S.
I didn't consider that Donald Trump disagrees with me.
But anyways, back to what we were initially talking about regarding USAID.
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Just real quick. Did what Lucas just tell you, update you at all? If you were let's say you were 90% confident that there was an ethnic cleansing in South Africa, or are you maybe now 70% confident? Did what he say?
I don't deny ethnic cleansing claims that are that serious.
Okay. Do you think that
it's almost as insane as denying the Holocaust?
Do you think that answered my question? Do you think that answered my question at all?
Am I going to back off of the claim that the Afrikaners are being
not what I asked.
genocided? No, I don't. No, I disagree.
You don't have to back off of the claim. I asked how if what he said updated you in any way. You don't necessarily have to deny it. I've had plenty of conversations where people have updated me, as in maybe I was 90% confident in a belief, but now I'm only 70% confident. I didn't back off the position. I still hold a position. I'm just less confident in it. Did anything he say at least make you less confident in your position? Initial position?
No, I remain steadfast in my position that the Afrikaners deserve our love and support.
Okay. Intelligent person right there. Let's go.
You also still have to substantiate if Afrikaners are dying at a lower rate than those in other countries in Africa, and if there's let's say, for example, let's say they are being slightly persecuted, right? Let's say they're
slightly
more. Let's say they're being killed slightly more than the average, white South African, right? You still have to say why the marginal dollar towards it's Afrikaners is more important than the marginal dollar towards, let's say, people in the Central African Republic, right? That's still something to justify.
Well, I don't have to justify anything. First off, again,
Bro.
the dysfunction of African countries is honestly not the problem of the American electorate. However,
why the fuck do you care about Africa? Shouldn't we just say South Africa's not a problem then?
Well, it isn't, and you know what?
Then why did you say you supported funding to save the Afrikaners?
Well, because they're being brought over here. They're not.
That's not a problem. Who gives a fuck? What do you mean? That's not a problem. The dysfunction of South African government, it's not a problem. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, but those people are being ethnically cleansed.
So fuck them. Who cares? What do you mean?
That's fine, dude. If you don't care, yeah. See, that's the thing. I believe that you believe that. I
don't. Wait. To be clear, I don't know how you're this dumb. I don't believe that. Okay. I also don't believe they're being ethnically cleansed. Obviously. So I don't believe that. But I'm saying this is this is an internal critique. I'm saying you expressed that. In a bunch of other situations, we should say, fuck them, who cares, this is not a problem. You literally said the dysfunctioning of the government is not, of African governments is not a problem. But correct. Now we have a case of you alleging there's a dysfunctioning government and that the government's persecuting fucking Afrikaners or whatever, ethnic cleansing. Yeah, but in this case, you are in favor of rectifying what you perceive as a dysfunctioning African government.
Yeah, I don't want to see those people ethnically cleansed. I think they're wonderful people, beautiful people with a beautiful culture, and they should be saved and preserved.
Okay.
Full stop.
Then why do you think that the other spending that we do that also helps people, not necessarily in ethnic cleansing, but also helps dysfunctional African governments or whatever, or people living under dysfunctional African governments, right? I think there are a lot of people in Kenya and Ethiopia and the Democratic Republic of Congo who have culture and good lives. Why is spending to save their lives not good?
Because the people didn't ask to do that. You know, the government didn't have our consent.
And you think we asked to save the Afrikaners any more than we asked for the USAID stuff? In fact, I think probably we asked to save the Afrikaners less, because that was just an action taken by the executive. USAID at least went through Congress.
For whatever reason, the lying press had no interest in covering the ethnic cleansing in South Africa for whatever reason.
Yeah, true.
They were very, very upset that President Trump brought attention to this matter and embarrassed the president of South Africa.
Okay, so to be clear, the claim that you made is that we asked for saving the Afrikaners, but we didn't do so.
Yeah, because I think ethnic cleansing is horrible, dude. Full stop. I think it's horrible.
Okay, these things to like justify why it is bad. Like a term does not have meaning on its own, right? Like the outcomes. Ethnic cleansing is bad because of XYZ outcome, right? It's like a thing you have to say.
Sure.
Okay, so why is it bad? You said sure.
Dude, do I seriously have to explain every single fucking time this is brought up why ethnic cleansing is terrible? Like,
yeah,
you only have to do it once if you could understand it and did a good job at it.
What, dude? Everybody knows what that means. Like, are you fucking serious? You guys are seriously caught up in this? Unbelievable.
We're not even. Oh my god!
Unbelievable, dude.
True.
Like I don't understand. I don't understand either. No. Dude, why are you debate me bros all like this? Like seriously, like
maybe
what is wrong with you guys?
Like feel this uncomfortable in conversations because like you just are bad, you just are like dumb and like low IQ and just like can never defend your position properly and don't understand what people are saying.
Yeah, dude,
maybe
like wasting time saying
or
defining something that is pretty obvious is like extremely retarded and a waste of time.
Yep, true.
Like, I don't know what you want me to say, man.
Wait, just quickly, what are you saying as an obvious?
You're supposed to understand your moral reasoning, right? Like you kind of need to understand a person's moral reasoning.
What moral reasoning exists other than like people are dying and getting hurt? Like what other reason exists for like being against ethnic cleansing?
Okay, people are dying.
Yeah, enlighten me, man. Enlighten me.
It's bad because people are suffering, right? Do you agree that suffering is bad? People are dying, getting hurt. So that's suffering. Do you agree that suffering is bad? Is suffering inherently bad to you? Let's go here.
Well, it depends. Do people suffer in different ways? Like right now, I'm suffering through the stupidity of these bread tubers. Like that's bad for me, but obviously good for your fans or whatever. Sometimes people don't get to have the things they want. They suffer because of wanting. It depends. Like I'm not talking about suffering necessarily. I'm talking about ethnic cleansing. I'm talking about actions of brutal governments and they're inflicting their evil onto innocent people for racial or political purposes. I am fully against that. Full stop. I'm not going to fucking elaborate further. Like what else is there to discuss? Like why are you guys so confused about this?
I mean,
like,
we almost
honestly
got to a
don't
point
understand.
because you cited dying and getting hurt. So I asked you if suffering is something which you care about, and you kind of just deflected from
well, it depends, dude. It depends what we're talking about. It depends what we're talking about. If it's like a violent criminal suffering in prison, good. A person that is homeless on the street suffering because they're hungry and thirsty, that's not good. Plain and simple.
Like an African baby that like has to live with AIDS or dies young because they had AIDS once they were born, and that's a horrible situation. But do you think it's
but holding the entire country like hostage and just like taking their money at gunpoint is fucking insane to me. Like if you live in like a sanctuary city and you're driving around, there are homeless people, running around on drugs, totally fucked up, no hope in their lives. And many of us maybe can do something to help them, but we don't. And it isn't because we don't care or that we're not sympathetic, but like it is insanely disruptive to our lives if we just drop everything and just start fucking helping like random people that are suffering literally in the street. It would be nice if the government picked up that slack, but they don't. For the longest time, for decades, they've been wasting, precious resources on these jackass foreign endeavors. And again,
How
like,
much
it sucks
money do
what
you
is
think we spend on
happening.
foreign aid compared to like domestic
Well,
welfare?
you said, dude, even if it's 1%, dude, it's too much. It's way
How
too
much?
much.
I'm asking, how much money do you think we spend on like income security programs and like welfare programs for the domestic population?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do
I
you
don't know
think
off the
it
top
might
of my
be
head.
a little bit more than 1% of GDP?
I don't know, man. You tell me.
It's like, I believe it's almost 20% if you combine income security programs. I think that's 8%. There might be out the federal budget and not just GDP. And then like Social Security is like 30%, and like Medicaid's another like 30%.
Yeah, maybe. And what's your point?
That it's kind of silly to say that we've spent all this time wasting all these money on foreigners when we spend infinitely more on our own domestic population.
Yeah, foreign aid is still bullshit, dude. Like, I don't really care how much more
Okay, I
the
don't
domestic
really think
population
how
receives.
I don't understand how you think that was responsive to what I just said, but okay. So just quickly, 24% of the budget goes to health insurance. That's for old people and poor people. 21% is Social Security. 13% is defense. 13% is interest on the debt. 8% is benefits for veterans and federal retirees. 7% is economic security programs, which is mostly more aid to poor people.
And somehow it's still not enough.
True.
It's still not enough.
That's crazy.
Okay, so do you think that, like, let's say we reallocated all of foreign aid to this, do you think it would substantially decrease, like, let's say, homelessness, for example?
It's hard to answer because it really depends on how they approach, let's say, the homelessness problem, or and not even just that, but to your guys' point, like, reduce suffering. Like, it would be cool, like, if the government, provided healthcare in a more meaningful, expeditious way. It would be better if, maybe it gave financial relief in some meaningful way. It really just depends. Again, like the homeless thing is kind of like a touchy subject because a lot of people have tried, or at least they claim to have tried, and it just hasn't worked. Like in California, California is a disaster, and so is my state, the state of Nevada. We have an army of homeless people, and their numbers appear to be growing, and so does our population. It's kind of upsetting, but I think it would make a difference. I think it would make some sort of difference, and I think it would be worth trying, as opposed to just throwing tens of billions of dollars at these foreign countries. It just seems like a fool's errand to me. And overall, I don't disagree with AsmonGold's general assessment. And
Thanks
I
for
think
repeating your position. I didn't know your
Yeah.
position until now. Now that you repeat it for the 10th time without providing any evidence, I might be convinced.
Oh, I was just saying how I feel, man. Like, I'm not trying to provide
I'm aware.
provide evidence.
Yeah, okay, thanks for
Right.
saying it. Yep.
Well, Lucas, do you have any other questions at all?
Wait, do I have any other questions? No,
Yeah.
I didn't have any other questions.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask Nonfon why it does not support tariffs, because the tariff incident, technically, at least when the tariff is first implemented, it is mainly absorbed by importers. Why does he not support this, as in fact reduces the incidence on American consumers compared to some other types of taxes? Why does he not
That's
support
true.
this great tax policy?
What's up, Tylenol Backshots?
Obviously, you know my answer, but it has many other inefficiencies associated with it that I think are bad. I don't think tariffs are bad necessarily because they raise prices for consumers. The bad outcomes are the losses and the gains from trade and the uncertainty surrounding it. And obviously, I think, tariffs on like intermediate goods that firms absorb are just going to be pretty similar to the effects of corporate taxes, which I think are also, suboptimal. They probably reduce investment and reduce workers' wages. So.
Yeah, I think the steel mat argument would essentially be let's say that Trump imposed the tariffs when he did more of the golden share thing in Intel or whatever, and it was a tariffs as a form of industrial policy, which still might not be optimal, but it would be part of a coherent plan of some sorts where you're protecting an industry that is of strategic national importance. Or you could try to argue that I think there's optimal tariff literature where the optimal tariff is greater than 0% technically, because of the monopsony model of trade.
Yeah, like technically is such a thing as an optional tariff. It's just I doubt the government's ability to like identify it, and then it depends also on what assumptions you make about retaliation and such. And oftentimes, I bet it would just lead to rent seeking in the longer term, especially with Trump. That's going to be a concern. But I agree.
What about you, Tylenol Backshots? What do you think?
I think I'm just gonna wait until the conversation sort of shifts to where I was planning to go with it, because I don't want to derail it entirely away from the conversation that's already being had.
There's no.
I think it's ran its course, bro. So if you want to just say something,
I'm gonna get off at least within like the next 30 minutes at the very latest. So just ask whatever, bro.
Yeah, I got maybe 10 minutes and I gotta get water.
All right, fair enough. So, like, I had some issues with some of the things that were being brought up in regards to, like, interventionalist policies, as well as other things like nationalist policies that we have within the United States. Because despite the fact that I am on the opposite side of the political spectrum from you, it would seem, I am someone who is still a classical liberal and advocates for a sort of what you would call America First policy, but not necessarily to the extent of which we have seen from the current administration. Like, problems that I have is I believe that we should advocate in the best interest domestically of Americans before we go and use government outreach or funding to help other countries. And I'm sure you probably agree with that notion. But this is one of the biggest problems that I have with the current administration under Donald Trump, is that he voted to increase the funding to the Israeli state from 52.8 million to 56.1 billion to 56.1 billion. He advocated increasing the budget that we were sending to Argentina by 20 billion as a government bailout for their infrastructure. He advocated for sending $2 billion to Nigeria to help protecting Christians and Catholics against Islamic terrorism, as he described it in the region, now that the Muslims are the predominant religion of the region. These are things that I all would necessarily disagree with, especially in the circumstance of thinking about how this money could be reallocated towards domestic helping of American people. Like, if we used that money, which is almost $100 billion in total, in which the federal budget has been expanded by taxpayer dollars just this year alone, we could pay off almost half of the medical debt in the United States, or we could use that money to reducing inflation by 3% per year, up to a point in which we could achieve a net positive in terms of our total deficit spending in less than 60 years.
I agree 100% with you. As somebody who voted for President Trump 3 times, I am incredibly disappointed in a handful of his political maneuverings, if you will. And, I agree. I think the emphasis needs to be placed on the American people first. While I don't like what is happening to the Christians and Catholics in Nigeria, to your point, like, look, Americans are suffering all over the place. And the common working man has been forgotten. And, President Trump said he was going to do something about it, and he kind of is. But again, to your point, he's making a lot of moves that runs counter to the promises made on the campaign. What about you, Nonfon? What do you think about what Tylenol Backshots just said?
I just think it's crazy that you said you're not a conservative, and then you just told me you voted for Trump 3 times. I think, we were pretty right in assuming that almost anyone would consider you a conservative. If they wouldn't consider you a conservative, it would be because we're like too far right or like too populist, right? Like a Trump person might not consider you a conservative, but to most people you'd be considered conservative if you voted for Trump 3 times.
Dude, prior to 2016, I worked for Bernie Sanders. I was a precinct captain and I worked on his campaign and I knew his communications director.
Wow.
I stumped for Bernie, bro. I was a Bernie bro. And after we got our butts kicked in Nevada, I'm like, you know what? Democrats don't deserve my vote. And I was closed-minded. I was arrogant. And I met conservatives. I met Christians. And I was an atheist. And I'm no longer an atheist. And, I saw the error of my ways. And I liked, Trump was the only one who was nice to Bernie. Everybody else was beating up on him. And that resonated with me. And I don't regret my vote. And I don't think that makes me a conservative per se, just because I voted for the guy. There's plenty of people who are libertarians, who are classical liberals, who are, blue dog Democrats who enthusiastically supported President Trump 3 times or just recently came around in 2024. Self-evident by the massive electoral miracle that occurred. So,
well, can I ask you a question?
Can you address what he
that?
Was saying though instead of a?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Nonfon.
I mean, like at a very fundamental level, I care about utility equally. I think instrumentally there's reasons for the U.S. government to prioritize its own citizens just because of the like politics of it or whatever. But like I don't see at a very fundamental level, I don't see like why the utility of an American is more important than the utility of someone else. But instrumentally, it's going to make sense to like prioritize to at least some degree the welfare of U.S. citizens. So that's going to include not doing spending that is like substantially negative, or not like taxing and using a bunch of our potential spending that we could do on citizens for foreign citizens.
Well, if Tyler, you got something to say, I'll let you respond to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because there was another thing that was talked about previously, right? It was you were talking about the Afrikaners and a series of things that were happening there, whether they be systemic or just like stochastic, that are happening to certain demographics or groups of people. I was wondering how you would place prioritization of that, because we see like a couple major disputes on the world stage right now. You have the Israel-Palestine dispute, and then you have the Ukraine-Russia dispute, in which significantly more people are dying in both or either war. And then there are lesser talked about disputes where there are still a significant number of people dying, like the North and South Sudan dispute, which is relatively recent and includes to some degree ethnic cleansing on either side, because the people of North Sudan believe that the country is entitled to that of the Arabic Muslims in the north, while the people in the south believe that the Catholic Africans should take control. So like I was wondering where you would prioritize putting those other disputes in comparison to the larger ones.
Me or I'm assuming you mean
That was
Either.
to you, I think. That was to you.
No, either of you.
I'll let you
No, I
answer
mean-
first.
I would put it pretty low, obviously, because I don't think I don't see evidence of any like wide scale ethnic cleansing or anything in South Africa. So I'm sure there's like some, like obviously there's going to be racial tensions in South Africa, and I've seen some amount of evidence of that effect. But I don't think it's something that the U.S. government is going to even be particularly good at helping. So I would obviously prioritize other conflicts and other even just more mundane types of suffering like malaria and stuff than as opposed to South Africa. So
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like all the general suffering of the African continent, I think a lot of that is kind of like self-imposed due to corruption and just silliness of dysfunctional African governments. Just my personal opinion about what's happening with the Afrikaners is that it's important to just to not see the mistakes made in the 1940s repeated once again, and we are seeing rumblings of that. And I think, you know, putting a light on it, which President Trump did, in bringing some of those people here, and they're incredibly grateful. They're beautiful people, and I think we're lucky to have them. And it's just horrible. It's really horrible, and it's horrible if it happens to anybody, really.
okay, but he asked you like how would you prioritize it relative to like Ukraine and Gaza
Oh,
and
well,
other
how
African
you-
conflicts?
How you would prioritize it? If Trump was more masterful, he would probably. I think he's not being strong enough in ending the Ukraine conflict. I think that could have been solved last year. That could have been over and done with last year. And I think that's, you know, that's a phone call, that's a meeting, that's whatever. And prioritizing something like the Afrikaners, I think it was addressed adequately. How you prioritize it? Oh, that's a good question. I think you just got to do like 5 things at once. You know, he's got people who go out and, you know, delegate on his behalf, and, you know, they negotiate on his behalf, and, you know, he's just got to do all these things at once. But generally speaking, the American people should be prioritized. Full stop.
Okay, so like I want to run with that, right? So you said that you believe that it could just be a phone call to be able to end the war in regards to like Ukraine, Russia for Donald Trump if he really was dedicated to doing so. But it seems like as of right now, there's a conflict of interest because Donald Trump wants to be associated with or close with the people who have institutional powers in the larger countries of the world, like Vladimir Putin. So wouldn't you suggest that people
You
like
have no
Benjamin
clue how bad
Netanyahu or
things are,
Vladimir
Isaac.
Putin
You
are
have no
actually
clue. You have
compromising
no
the
clue.
integrity
You
of the
have no
United
clue.
States from the inside by
you
getting
don't
close
know.
to the
You don't
United States
understand.
president, someone who you said that you actively voted for 3 times and are endorsing currently? Wouldn't that be a conflict of interest if it's not in the interest of the American people?
There certainly is a conflict of interest.
This is
Certainly
quite possibly
from
the dumbest
the
person I've
Israeli
ever
side.
spoken to.
I think that's pretty
He might
obvious
only be
by
the
now,
second dumbest.
and that's unfortunate. I think the influence that the Russian government has over United States affairs is overstated and overblown for political purposes. It's just a boogeyman. People don't really
He's
understand
way
Russia
dumber than
or the Russian
Minar.
people. And I really do.
This you should go back and watch. Don't subject yourself to all of it, but like quite a bit of it. Manar would ignore some of the points you were making, but this guy like can't understand anything and will just ignore everything completely. And all he does is just repeat his position, and he doesn't understand anything. Like this guy he has to have brain damage. I don't get it. I don't know. Manar would, like I said, ignore points and then do that thing where like he will you'll convince him of something. And then, which one, Cam guy? Yeah. And then, like, next time you talk to him, he'll just completely reverse any progress you made. This guy does that within a span of, like, 3 seconds. He's like that guy that, like, has a, like, 7-second memory. That's, like, him for, like, just resetting his claims. It's like you, like, convince him of something. You make him concede. You spend, like, 2 hours trying to convince him to concede, okay, one thing. And then, like, 7 seconds later, he's just, like, he's a clean slate. It's just, like, here's how I feel again. And you just repeat it. It's horrible.
It's not, like... Right, like Russia has actively like rejected several peace agreements, right? So maybe we should blame Moscow, not Brussels.
I think the way that the Russian people have been treated it's brutal. I mean, there was discrimination and bigotry that's been promoted against the Russian people. They discriminated against a Russian cat. Like the anti-Russian sentiment is so out of control and stupid, and just the ethos around it. Is silly to me. Like the whole Russia interfered in our elections. By the way, the narrative about the 2016 election kept changing. It's like, oh, they hacked the machines. Then it was Russian influence. It kept changing, and it's stupid. It's silly. Trump won the election fair and square, and that's it. And people are just sour grapes about it. So they made up this fantasy about, this Jason Bourne-esque movie where like the Russians were interfering in the election and doing all this spooky shit. And none of it is true. I don't believe it's their fault. I think the Europeans are decadent and lazy and uppity, and they're causing a lot of these problems for who knows what reason.
Okay. Do you not acknowledge that a lot of U.S. negotiations have been directly with Russia, and Russia has not been able to, right? Like, we try to get Russia to come to the table, and they do not agree to our terms. Do you not agree with that statement?
No, I agree. I agree with that. I don't entirely know what all the details are about those negotiations. I do believe what you're saying. I think that's accurate.
Listen,
well,
if
just
we
out
wanna...
of curiosity. Oh, go ahead.
Well, finish what you're saying. You can.
Yeah, I was going to say, just out of curiosity, like, do you think that there is any sort of, what I would say, contrasting views that came out of the Trump administration? Because when you had the Russian collusion being discussed by the Clinton administration and the Democrats of the time, shortly after that, during the loss of the 2020 election from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, he was accusing the Venezuelan government of influencing the election by changing the Dominion voting machines, which resulted in the largest defamation lawsuit in American history, coming as a part of Fox News, who was being a megaphone for this narrative, which was ultimately proven wrong.
Yeah, I believe the election of 2020 was rigged. I'm not entirely convinced it was the machines, though. The problem with the machines is that, like, it's not that it's difficult to do what they're asserting. It just isn't necessary to rig or cheat in the 2020 election. It's possible. However, President Trump and his people have insinuated that there's some substantial evidence that exists to support that claim. Again, I don't know why they would do that. It's again like that weird Venezuela claim doesn't really have anything to do with the corruption that we're seeing in Fulton County over in Georgia, in the great state of Georgia. But I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know why Trump. Well, I don't even necessarily think Trump ran with that. It was mostly his lawyer, Sidney Powell, and these dorks that claim to be QAnon. I don't know why anybody would believe that shit. But it did a lot of harm to people who care about election integrity.
You don't think? I'm pretty sure Trump did lie about the voting machines. Maybe I'm making this up, but
well, it's possible that the machines are, that there's problems with the machines. But the thing with that,
don't believe that that even happened. I'm fairly certain. I could be wrong. I'm fairly certain Trump.
Yeah, so I don't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what could change your mind, I guess? Okay, my bad.
What could change your
how
mind?
much
That's
of
a
this
good
conversation
question.
have you seen, Sample? Nothing can change your mind anything.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really great question. So what can change my mind about the nature of the 2020 election? Election departments are supposed to retain the records, like the voting material. You know how how they ended up getting the total. If there's like a genuine, transparent audit of the election, and I was always advocating for this, and I think every Democrat should have advocated for it as well, because if you genuinely believe Orange Man got his butt kicked as badly as he did, you want that audit. So you can say, screw you, Orange Man. You didn't just lose once, you lost twice. Everybody was afraid to go near those ballots. Nobody wanted to recanvass the ballots. Nobody wanted to, because the way that the voting machines work, for those who don't know, if you go into...
Well, what do you mean lost
voting,
twice?
like, okay, so if Trump contests the election, the results of the 2020 election, and there was a genuine audit, like a genuine audit done, not just like recounting the ballots, but like going through all the paperwork and making sure everything is cool, he would lose twice. I mean, if the regime approved narrative is to be believed. But the way to, to really get to the bottom of who actually won that election, you need to look at the voter data from the voting machines. You need to compare and contrast that with the paper roll, because an input is made by a person, by a voter, and it's recorded on paper and it's recorded by machine. So we need to be able to look at that. We also need to be able to look at these so-called mail-in ballots, these phony baloney ballots, and we need to compare and contrast that with the voter rolls as well, and compare and contrast the signatures. And if we were
Okay, I gotta go in like a minute, so I'll just ask two things. One, what do you make of Bill Barr, his own sword and shield, his own guy, right, saying it was the safest election ever, right? Like his own guy, the guy who has like every incentive to follow Trump's lunacy, him saying that. And why does Trump suddenly ignore him all of a sudden, right? He is the guy who said, I trust him to be in this position, but when he disagrees with me, I ignore him. That's strong evidence that he's lying. Two, have you read any media that debunks your claims about Fulton County or like the mail-in ballots, like for example the document Lost Not Stolen, written by conservatives, by the way, card-carrying Republicans for decades, who wrote a lengthy document debunking the idea that the election was stolen. Did you read any of that, or do you just follow Trump?
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's like there are a lot of
read it.
Republicans who hate Trump, and they have no interest in populism taking over the party. And so there's a struggle there. Also, Bill Barr is antagonistic and hostile towards President Trump. He doesn't like President Trump. He wasn't Trump's boy. He was George Bush's boy. And it's kind of obvious by now that there were a lot of members of his administration, his former administration, that were antagonistic and hostile towards his own agenda, towards the will of the people. And they subverted him, of course. They kind of derailed his agenda, and they hurt him. They hurt him quite badly, actually. Bill Barr's a bad dude and he belongs in prison. That's what I believe. Well, he had to go.
Incredible. He said he had to leave. He just doesn't want to deal with your bullshit right now. I don't think he saw the history of the conversation, so I don't know if he knows how crazy you are, how retarded you are. Just one. I got it. I gotta get to bed at some point, but I'll give you the last words. One thing before last words. Do you think what Trump asked Mike Pence to do was legal?
Yeah, 100%. If it wasn't, Mitch McConnell wouldn't have had to change the rules after President Trump was no longer in office.
Okay, that's not true. Obviously, you recognize something can be illegal, and in the context, after there was an attempt to do something illegal, why people might want to update a law that was passed in 1864, I think the Electoral Count Act was passed. So you recognize that's not sufficient for it to be legal?
I think what he requested Pence to do was totally legal.
Okay, I love how that was completely responsive to my question. You really answered my question. Do you recognize that just because they update a law, an old law after someone had broken it or attempted to break it, committed a conspiracy to break it, I should say, that why they might feel that law is in need of updating?
I don't believe the law needed to be updated. I think
can you hear me? Hello? So what I asked was, do you recognize, in the context of what I just said, that just because they updated the law after someone committed a conspiracy to break it, why that is not sufficient on its own for you to conclude that what Pence was asked to do was legal.
I didn't see anything wrong with what Trump did.
That really answered my question. I didn't know your position before, but now I know your position. Thanks for answering my question. That's really, do you think you answered my question? I feel like, I've asked that a lot, but
I don't think you like the answer. And you debate me bros like to do this thing where it's like, oh, you didn't answer me, and I did.
true.
You're not happy. I don't think you'll ever be happy, and that's really upsetting.
So
You
what
seem like a nice guy.
What was my question?
God, dude.
Yeah, that's
I don't remember what you said verbatim, but it was like
Doesn't have to be verbatim.
they're updating a law, blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you really want to go around and do that again? I don't want to get caught up in that, bro. Don't do that to me.
Okay, so
Be fair. Be
I'm
nice.
just gonna read. There's a lot of other stuff I could show you, but this is nice. It's a memo from Mike Pence's legal counsel on January 5th. He talks about what Mike Pence was asked to do, and this is Mike Pence's legal counsel giving advice on what for Pence to do, which is not follow what Trump said, which Pence was never planning to do. Pence never thought it was legal. I'm assuming you're broadly familiar with the Eastman plan and what he was asked to do. He was asked to skip opening and reading the electoral certificates for states that had the alternate but not certified slate of electors, Trump's, fake electors. He was going to save the debate over it until the end of the joint session. And then at the end of the joint session, he would direct that the electoral certificates for these states will not be counted until each state legislator certifies which of the competing slates of electors is true and correct. So I would hope that you would concede that at least in a layman's reading of the law, if Eastman wanted Pence to declare that Arizona had two slates of electors and to not debate it immediately, but to skip over that and wait till the end, that would be in violation of the section of the Electoral Count Act that says electoral vote certificates must be open, presented, and acted upon in the alphabetical order of the states, beginning with the letter A, and that no votes from or papers from any other state shall be acted upon until any objections to the votes or papers from any state shall have been finally disposed of. I think that's probably the most minor violation, by the way, but you can see that is like a violation.
No, I don't believe what he was doing was wrong. I'm gonna
Okay, did that answer my question?
I know you didn't like the answer.
That didn't answer. I didn't ask whether he was doing was wrong. You can break the law and be in the right. I asked, do you think it was against the law?
No.
Why not?
Because it wasn't illegal.
Okay, so I
don't
just
believe it
quoted
was
you
illegal.
a section
Yeah,
of the electoral...
dude. Mike Pence had every motivation to fuck over Trump. Like Pence
Okay,
sucks.
that's not substantive
Pence is
to
a
what I
bad
said.
dude. You were
So I
reading
just
that memo,
quoted
weren't you? You were reading the memo from Pence's legal team, were you not?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't really care what former Vice President Mike Pence says or thinks, or what his counsel thinks.
Okay,
He
but
is
you
wrong.
recognize this memo quoted a section of the law, correct?
Okay, and?
Okay, what did that section of the law say? Do you remember?
I don't care. I think it's wrong.
Do you think it could quote... Do you think the quote is wrong?
I think their interpretation of it is incorrect. I don't think the president did anything illegal.
What other interpretation could... First of all, I'm not even asking whether anything was done illegally by the president. I'm asking if what Pence was asked to do was
You said he
illegal.
broke the law. Did you not say that he broke the law?
I think so. I'm not sure I ever claimed that. I do think President Trump broke the law in several ways. I think he committed conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, and I think he committed a conspiracy to deprive deprivation of rights or whatever the charge is.
Okay.
I think I don't think Pence broke the law. I think Pence was asked to break the law. I think part of the conspiracy Trump had was talking to Pence and asking him to break the law. But the claim I'm interested in right now is whether or not what Pence was asked to do was in violation of the Electoral Count Act.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so what evidence could I show you that would change your mind on that?
I believe that John Eastman had it correct. I think
Okay,
he's a
so
bright legal
you
mind.
concede part of Eastman's plan was to skip debating Arizona's ballots and the other ballots with alternate slates of electors until after the joint session ended, right?
Yeah, I think they had every right to do that, and I think they had a
Okay.
moral obligation to
But
do that as well.
wait. They had every right to do that. Yet the Electoral Code says that ballots must be open and acted upon in alphabetical order, and no votes from any other state shall be counted until objections to votes and papers from any state have been finally disposed of.
And is that really the contentious issue here? Like, I'm pretty sure
I don't think that's the biggest
wasn't-
issue. I'm just hoping that you'll concede that that is a violation of the Electoral Count Act.
Sure, if that's what you're reading, because I don't have it in front of me, then yes, I agree.
Okay. I mean, there are other issues that I think are bigger with regards to, obviously, the vice president does not have the unilateral ability to determine which votes are valid or to send it back to the states even. That is in violation of the Electoral Count Act and probably in just a deeper violation of the Constitution as well. But I think it's obvious the framers didn't know that.
Well, I have a final question for you. If there is widespread voter fraud exposed, as we're seeing in Fulton County, and we're seeing in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and elsewhere, and there's some interesting things happening in Arizona. If there's definitive proof, in this hypothetical that the 2020 election was rigged, are you going to change your tune?
With regards to what?
How you feel about the 2020 election?
If there was definitive proof that the election was stolen, I would change how I feel about it. With regards to, I would think it would have been stolen if there was definitive proof that came out.
Oh, okay.
But that's almost a tautology. That's trivial. You're just saying if there was definitive proof it was stolen, would you agree it's stolen? Yeah. Well,
there's people that are like, well, it wasn't stolen, and then they will say, oh, well, it was stolen, but it's a good thing. Would you say that it's a good thing, or no? Okay. I'm just wondering because, it's gonna happen.
That wouldn't change my view. I'm sure that wouldn't change my view with respect to whether or not what Mike Pence was asked to do was illegal or not. That wouldn't change my view with regards to the claim that Trump conspired to overturn the election.
If President Trump had foreknowledge that they rigged it, I think they had an obligation to do whatever it takes.
It might
to
change.
prevent
So
Joe
if you
Biden
could, so first of all, if you just proved it was stolen, that wouldn't necessarily change my view on Trump's actions, because in order for it to be just, in my opinion, he would have had to have good reason to believe it was stolen. And so not only would you have to, if you were able to prove that it was stolen and that he had good reason to believe it was stolen, right? Not any of the verifiable lies that he said. In that case, then I would still think it was illegal. But I think it would be not necessarily immoral.
Fair enough. Well, it is late, and I think we should just end it there.
Okay. Well, you want to tell people who you are, or any other last words?
Yeah, you guys can. Here, I'll just say hi in the chat, and you guys can go head over and subscribe to my, I guess, YouTube channel. I just go by Froggy. I'm the host of the Watch Frogs podcast show, and I'm just a dissident populist, I guess. I don't really like to put labels on myself. I'm not a conservative, as I've been falsely called tonight. But Nonfon, I think you're a nice dude. I don't know if you have your heart in the right place, but I don't think you're a bad guy at all. I just hope that you don't become angry and resentful like a lot of the bread tubers and a lot of these debate me bros. I think, if you're doing as much research as like it appears that you are, you really shouldn't be doing the debate me bro stuff. I think you're better than that. I mean, you just seem too young to fall into that kind of nonsense. You don't want to be the next Destiny, dude.
True.
You don't want to be the next Bisco. Like that's not a good thing.
Wow.
I have faith in you, brother.
I guess I somewhat appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I know you didn't really like my answers, but I don't really like diving into like my science and my stats or anything like that. I think the philosophy and people kind of revealing why they believe what they believe is a lot more interesting than looking up bullshit studies, most of which are fabricated, and then people kind of use them to their own benefit to promote a political ideology or a political party like the Democrats.
Yeah, true. Okay, well, see you later, buddy.
Peace out, guys.
I'm not sure we'll talk again.
Okay. Charsky was right about everything. Yeah.
That's true.
Good night.
Good night. Appreciate it, Lucas.
Yeah.
Any
It was really
last
fucking
words?
annoying considering he did not know anything about South Africa. That was really fucking annoying.
You didn't know anything about anything, bro. Any last words from you, Maida?
I'm sad.
I agree. All right. Well, I appreciate both of you. I'll see both of y'all later.
Okay.
But
Okay, next time we need to debate Charsky on communism, by the way.
That's true.
He needs
That's
to
true.
convince you.
Thank you for watching, and if you want to help me continue to make content, liking, subscribing, and commenting are all greatly appreciated. You can also make sure to check out my Twitch, my Kick, and my Twitter down below, or consider becoming a member to my YouTube channel, which really helps support me as well.